I'm just the type of people, I'm like, if you want to go outside and enjoy it, it's such a be inside in the air conditioning, we're all about it.
Not for them outside, get that sun. Okay, on the record, in the matter of the city of Lansing versus Angelique Dennis, what is it, Angelique Dennis, 24-03137, appearance.
Patrick Caboon on behalf of the city, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Laura Slater on behalf of Ms. Dennis, who is approaching council table now, and if I may approach with advice of rights and plea sheet.
Okay, this was a study to stop up the property damage accident. Final pre-trial, the offer is to amend it to failure to stop after property damage to failure to report accident upon completion of highway safety seminar. Okay, so you want to amend the failure to that after she completes the highway?
Yes, and we do have it completed. I just put it in there for.
Oh, she has completed.
Yes, I do have certification.
Very good. And you would like to accept that offer, correct?
Yes.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury? You can put your hand down. I have an advice of rights and plea information sheet here. Is this your signature? Yes, ma'am. You went over these rights with your attorney? Yes. Are you willing to waive all of these rights today in order to accept the offer? Yes. You understand that you do have the right to the presumption that you are innocent, so you can maintain that presumption of innocence. Be innocent until proven guilty, requiring the city prove your guilt by proving each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that? Yes. You also have the right to call witnesses that will testify at your trial on your behalf. You can maintain your silence and not have silence be used against you, and your right to see, hear, or question any witness that the city calls to testify against you. So all of those are rights that you would have to give up. You understand that? Yes, ma'am. Anyone threatening you to get you to give these rights up? No. Any promises being made if you give up these rights? Any promise anything to you not stated on the record for you to get you? No. I'm just trying to find the code. Is it 1560?
Over the failure to report. I know we were aiming for the 0 point, but I don't remember.
To report, I have 16. That's all I'm checking.
Yes, I'll see.
Okay, this is a 0 point misdemeanor. Okay. As to the amended charge of failure to report an accident, how do you plead?
How do you plead? Say guilty, not guilty, or no contest.
You understand what's going on, ma'am?
Yeah, I kind of understand, but I don't know.
The charge is amended to failure to report an accident. Are you pleading guilty, not guilty?
Guilty.
Oh, factual basis.
Thank you. Ms. Dennis, is it true that on or about October 9th of 2024, you were the driver of the vehicle on or near West Jolly Road and Chessa Drive?
Yes.
And is that in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, Michigan?
Yes.
And at the time when you were driving a vehicle, was there a backup of traffic that happened?
Yes.
And in that backup of traffic, did you rear end or bump into the back of another vehicle?
Yes.
And is it true that you did not call the police after doing that? Thank you, Your Honor. I believe that satisfies the factual basis.
Any questions from the city?
No, Your Honor.
Trying to plead to be freely, voluntarily, and intelligently made. What happened with the other citations? Did she play those?
Your Honor, I believe those defaulted and they are still owed. She asked me to look them up earlier, and I was gonna find the total for her today.
There should have been, there was a no insurance and then there was.
I don't see that any of them have balances from the online.
She paid. I was gonna say, I didn't make a payment.
Yeah, Yeah, there was a no insurance and a failure to start with a short clear distance. She doesn't know.
Yeah, there was a default judgment that's been paid on the no insurance.
Yeah. Okay, she paid them both. What's the cost for the highway safety seminar?
$125.
Buying the $75. When can you pay? It's 17.
So we don't. Probably the second week in July.
Okay, if you needed an extension, you would just need to come back to the court, request that extension. Otherwise, you can make payment in the same format you made payments on the other matters, or you can come up in person, okay?
Okay, and I'm sorry, what was the total again?
$75.
Okay.
You're all set.
Thank
You're welcome.
you guys so much.
Have a good one. The record in the matter of the city of Lansing versus Patricia Tyson, 24-01862. Parents, please.
Patrick Caboot on behalf of the city.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jack Rucker appearing on behalf of Keisha Tyson. I just got off the phone with her. She unfortunately went to the wrong courthouse. She's at the 30th Circuit Courthouse. She's on her way over here.
Why did she go, she's been here before, why did she go to the wrong courthouse?
I am not sure, Your Honor, but I did advise her last night as to the proper courthouse to be at.
This is scheduled for jury trial.
Yes, Your Honor. I did have a resolution with the prosecution in this matter for a plea.
Plead to what?
A plea to the hinder and oppose, the agreement to dismiss the other charge.
So a plea to count 2, dismiss count 1.
Correct, Your Honor.
This is an accurate representation of the offer.
Okay, she's got about 12 minutes to get here before I bench warrant her.
5 minutes ago, I advised her to be here in 10, so I
Thank
will
you.
bring her in as soon as she arrives.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We have here for 8:30.
No one.
Look at this.
Actually, Hobbs is on Zoom, but
Just Brandon Williams. No Brandon Williams? Denise Hobbs
see
is
if
here. Oh, where? Is she in the regular? room?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. And Jamie Alma? Alma, not here?
Alma is here. Not sure. Okay, thank you.
That's Jamie Alma.
Yes, ma'am.
On the record in the matter of the city of Lansing versus Jamie Alma, 23-02885, appearance, please.
Patrick Caboot on behalf of the city, Your Honor.
Jacob Brown,
Ms. Alma.
Okay, we reset Ms. Alma's driving while license is suspended pre-trial because she needed 60 days to make payments on an outstanding balance. She make those payments.
She has made some payments. She still has significant balance in Clinton County that is holding her back. I have the information on the Lansing Restoration Program. I'm not sure if they'll help with Clinton County fines or not, but
How much is her balance?
Clinton County balance is $1,100.
What was it 2 months ago?
Well, some change. My payments are like 25 a month. I have one here, I have one in Charlotte.
So you have a payment plan there? Okay, so what is the goal?
If it's a $25, do simple math. I had that pushed out quite some time. I know
Yeah.
that charged, it's gonna prevent her from having a license for quite some time. For delayed sentencings are no longer. 'Cause
I'm not,
it's,
I
yeah, I know
never,
you.
I never was,
Yeah.
that was dumb
Abstracts
from
and
the
the whole
beginning.
thing about that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if, I'm happy to put it out a couple months if you're looking to see her consistently making payments. I don't know what's going on with the license restoration situation, or if she could get help. And you said you gave her information for one in that county, or,
well, for the one in Lansing, but
oh,
I don't know if that would even help with Clinton County.
got it. I don't know, she could try, you live in Lansing? It might, I think that's the requirement, that you live in Lansing. So I can reset it, she can engage and see if the license restoration program can assist her with the past due amount, and then maybe she'll get a license then. And then in the interim, she'll be making payments. So you can show good faith to the city maybe, and then you all can renegotiate something. How about another 60 days? August 26th at 8:30. August 26th at 8:30.
Whether she does the rest.
Picture notice. There's that. Okay, it looks like Ms. Tyson is present on the
Yes, Your
record in the matter of the city of Lansing versus Lakeisha Tyson. And it's 24-018262, that is.
Should we vote on behalf of the city, Rob?
Good morning, Jack Rucker, on behalf of Ms. Tyson, who is standing to my right.
Wait, Ms. Tyson, you got lost this morning?
Yes, I did. I'm not from here.
Okay,
And I
crying?
My-
Or sweating?
My allergies.
Oh, okay. It is warm today.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so today was scheduled for a jury trial. My understanding that the offer is now flipped, that the defendant is going to plead to it and hinder or obstruct opposing officer, and that the count one, possession of a knife over 3 inches will be dismissed. Is that accurate?
Accurate representation.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
That's what you want to do, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, raise your right hand. I think I got our advice of rights, but I don't see it in here. Maybe I didn't get one last time. Okay, I know I went over your rights before. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can put your hand down. You understand that you have certain rights that you would need to give up if you wanted to accept this plea offer? You understand your rights?
Yes.
I'm gonna go over them with you. First is your right that you're innocent until proven guilty. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You want to waive your right that states that you're innocent until proven guilty? Do you want to give that right away?
Yes.
You don't have to do it just because he sighed. That was passive aggressive energy.
I
anyways.
apologize, Your Honor, for my
I don't like
reaction.
when attorneys do that. She has a right to maintain her innocence.
Yeah.
And she shouldn't feel pressure from her counsel that if she answers it honestly, that she's answering wrong. You understand that?
Exactly. The reason I said that is because I haven't looked at the police.
The body cam?
The body cam.
Why hasn't she seen the body cam?
Your Honor, I've had a hard time being able to get it to her. She doesn't have a computer that could play the videos.
Get it to her. Why can't you all meet in
I-
person? I know it's an old school concept, like meeting in person.
No, assuredly, Your Honor. Ms. Tyson does have transportation issues to get down here to downtown Lansing.
Where do you live?
I live in East Lansing. On Grand River.
It's a couple of bus transfers down to get down here. And as the court knows, even the times that we've had court here, she's had a hard time making it here. In the
But she's
past.
made it here at least twice.
Yes,
Or you could go to her.
I could, Your Honor. And just to put things on the record, I've had extensive conversations with Ms. Tyson about the case, our options, and what I, having spoken to her, believed was a favorable resolution, which she has repeatedly said that she did wish to pursue.
I recognize that, but we've gone through her rights before, and it landed us in a place where, even at the time that we went through the factual basis, this landed us in a place where we were scheduled for a trial today.
Yes, right. And
Here we are, over a month later, and she still hasn't seen the body cam, which she has a right to see her discovery. And I'm assuming you were appointed to this case?
yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so then when you're appointed, obviously there's gonna be situations where you have people who have issues with transportation. That's why they need a public defense counsel. That comes with a different level of responsibility. And you can't just put the onus on her that if she gotta take 2 or 3 buses, okay, well then she's gotta take 2 or 3 buses. If that's not an issue, if that's an issue, you know, I've been a public defense counsel attorney. I've gone and met my clients at Burger King's, wherever, because I gotta go over evidence with them. That's my responsibility to provide them a level of service and due diligence. And so you can't just show up in court, tell her to take a plea, and she's saying, well, I haven't seen all the evidence.
Assuredly, Your Honor. And I want to be abundantly clear about one thing. I have made it clear at every stage of this process to Ms. Tyson that she is driving the bus. I'm the engine. Wherever she wants to go, I
He's
will.
made that clear to me, Your Honor. Please, Jack has been in my corner, and he's kept communication with me like a professional lawyer.
I don't discount that he did. He's presented himself to be professional at every stage before me. I have a concern about your statements, though, that you are uncomfortable with taking a plea because you haven't seen the body cam, and you shouldn't take a plea if you haven't seen all the evidence.
Exactly, because I think it was very much so exaggerated. I refused to give up my identification because I was under belief that it was my right and my law. I mean, the situation didn't even have anything to do with me, and they asked for my identification. I refused identification, but the aggressive part about it, I don't believe that. He said that I put my foot in the door when he was trying to close the door, and
You need to review the body cam with her.
If the court would grant me just a very brief recess, I have the exact timestamp for when that event occurred, and I could show it to Ms. Tyson now.
Be my guest,
All right, 15 minutes, Your Honor.
or whenever I get back to calling this case.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Are we ready with Ms. Hobbs? On the record in the matter of the city of Lansing versus Shanice Hobbs is 24L291411 and 14112. Council appearance.
Patrick Kaboot on behalf of the city, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Hobbs, who joins us via Zoom.
No, I also have 25-00020. Okay, this is a driving while license is suspended and no insurance and a failure to yield accident. I think we reset this to see if she can get her license restored. Do we have any progress?
Yes, Your Honor. The thing that was holding her license was an unpaid fine. She has now fully paid off as far as I can find any outstanding fines that don't involve the cases before us here today. And I believe she should be eligible to go and get her license. We'd be asking for a brief reset to allow her to have that meeting with the Secretary of State.
People want to have an issue with that on our most recent report from the Secretary of State. That does seem to be an accurate representation of the facts. So I do believe she is eligible to get a license.
Yes, I see my notes from March was that she only owed about 120 at the time to get licensed. However, there was an issue with her housing at the time.
And she's still dealing with that, Your Honor. She's got a housing voucher that expires on July 3rd. So that's where she's spending a lot of time and energy right now, is to get that accomplished. She is still in transitional housing right now, which I think is why the court isn't being able to successfully deliver mail to her. So she does have a lot going on, but it looks like she's paid off the last of the fines that were causing her.
Her mail from March did not come back. I don't know if it did not.
I just saw a note on the online ROA from May 16th that one did, but
I would say May 6th, I see something went out, but they didn't put it back in here as it came back. Okay, let's see. If there was a house fire or something, is that what it was?
I believe that's
Okay.
correct.
Give me, you said her voucher expires when?
July 3rd.
Okay, give me 30 days. End of August 5th at 10. August 5th at 10. Do you have any questions for the court today, Ms. Hobbs?
No, I'm trying to, I have to do like an inspection on a place tomorrow, so hopefully it'll pass and I'm able to move in there by the 1st. So a lot of my money I'm trying to hold on to move in there on the 1st.
That's fine. If you're dealing with your housing stuff, makes you need additional time, you need to notify your attorney. She can off the record request an extension.
Okay. And then,
You're
so
up.
I just have to go to Secretary of State and just give them my driver's license and tell them it needs to be reinstated, or like, what do I?
I would schedule an appointment with them online to go in with them, because they're probably gonna look at your record and any holds and then work through with you what you need to do. I don't know whether that's a reinstatement fee, but I would make an appointment with them.
Okay,
Okay, you're all set, ma'am.
thank you.
Yes,
My attorney, can you email me a phone number so I can give you the correct address on the 1st?
Absolutely, I can.
Thank you.
No problem.
thank you. We're ready on Williams. Brandon Williams?
I haven't seen Brandon.
It's not
Williams.
checked in.
Oh, okay.
I do have Omar Rodriguez here, but I just want to update the prosecutor very quickly. What's going
No
on.
worries. He's not till 9:30, but have you had any conversation or communication from Williams?
I sent an email on Friday afternoon. I haven't gotten a response to that yet. You have my phone number. It's random or off from the- You hear that? Still insisting she has to do it. So he's on the phone now. They haven't answered him. He told the Secretary of State. They called and then put him on the phone again. They still have no. It's on itself and it's fine. Not him drive, him go
Lots
out.
of travel out there.
No, I think he'll find it.
So
And the Secretary of State won't tell him why it's this wrong.
if you've ever heard of anything like that.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, he told to the Secretary of State, they just insisted to try this number.
You
And
have another case with Brandon Williams?
Yeah.
Jay?
And he's just trying.
They want I'm guessing, but sometimes with this law firm. Every control going on with himself. Which he's willing to do it. I don't. She told me that it's why that would be much easier. It's tough.
Someone's got it.
I just really want to do it. Because right now, I'm calling them and he wants to. It's just. I actually don't have a copy of his driving record. So I'm taking. He's swinging the expenses on. Because he's.
I think the only option is to walk in this. Just from there.
This is.
Standing here, no problem.
Are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
On the record in the matter of the city of Lansing versus Omar Francis Rodriguez 25-00843, appearance please.
Would on behalf of the city, Your Honor?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Rodriguez, who is standing to my right.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez is scheduled for pre-trial. This is for driving while license is suspended, and he was trying to get his license restored. Said he had paid all of his tickets a month ago, so what's going on there?
Yes, Your Honor. I don't know if you'll recall, but last time we were here, he'd been to the Secretary of State and they had given him the name and phone number of a law firm out in the Detroit area that he had to contact. We couldn't quite figure out why. He has since been calling them and the Secretary of State. Secretary of State still keeps redirecting him to this firm and this phone number, including them calling the number and just transferring him to it. He's been trying to talk to them to figure out why he would need to deal with this firm, but so far has not been able to get any person, just voicemail, correct? At this point, he's willing to just get out there and go in person to see what's going on there, but so far hasn't been able to get the Secretary of State to tell him why he needs to deal with this firm and can't get a person on the firm to talk to him at all. So we'd be asking for a brief adjournment today so that he can get out to that firm and I guess demand someone tell him why he has to deal with them. Because I believe you're correct that otherwise he's paid off fines, he should be eligible, but can't figure out why he has to deal with them.
He has to call a law firm?
The Secretary of State had given him a phone number. When I looked up the phone number, it led to a law firm in Detroit. And they're still telling him he has to call that number and deal with whoever that is, but aren't telling you why.
What's the number?
That's the one I forgot. I can try and look it up.
I didn't write down the number myself, and I'll correct myself. It wasn't Detroit, it was Troy specifically was where the law firm was
It's
out of.
interesting.
It was very confusing to us last time. I remember you looking up things in his driving record. The city was assisting with that.
I
and-
remember asking, I think, the clerk manager about it, but.
I believe the number is 248-362-6100.
So you contact the Secretary of State by phone, and they're telling you you need to contact this attorney's number?
Yeah, because I remember getting a paper saying it was because of unsatisfactory or something like that, and then that's the reason why I had to call out to them. And it's like ever since about last year, I've been trying to contact them. Yeah,
Unsatisfactory?
yeah, it was like it was on that piece of paper that I should have brought it. I just forgot, but it was like the
Is it like
exact.
driver responsibility? or something?
Yes.
I don't know what it's referring to.
Interesting.
Because that phrase can mean a lot of things: unsatisfied judgment, unpaid fine.
All right.
And when you call the secretary again since then, they've called that number and just transferred you to it.
It's a credit number. Credit collection. Yeah. But what does that have to do with it? Suspended because of some kind of debt, I guess. Okay, how much time are you looking for?
Should be able to do in 2 weeks. I got to talk to my boss. Hopefully, if you can give me some days off during the week, he's only giving me off during the weekend. That's what. But if you can give me those days off, then for sure.
August 5th is our next available date anyway.
Okay.
At 10. August 5th at 10.
That should be fun. Okay.
You have any questions for the court? You're all set.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay, back on the record in the matter of the city of Lansing versus Keisha Tyson, 24-01862. Okay, Ms. Tyson, we were going over your rights. Because there's been an offer for you to plead guilty to the hinder obstructive hold. So again, you have the right to be innocent until proven guilty. You understand that? Okay, and you have the right to maintain that right and require that the city first prove your guilt. They would have to prove each element of the hinder obstructive holds beyond a reasonable doubt at a jury trial. Do you understand that right? You have the right to be silent at any trial. They cannot use that silence against you. You don't have to present a defense, but you do have the right to call witnesses to testify at your trial that could give defensive testimony on your behalf, or you can cross-examine or question any other witnesses that the city calls at trial. You understand those rights? And are you willing to give up each of those rights today?
Yes.
And you understand that by pleading guilty, you could result in a conviction that you may need to report to your current employer, or you need to put this conviction in a future job application.
So it'll be on my application.
You may have to put a conviction, it's a criminal charge. It also could have impact on where you can travel or get immigration status. Did you understand that?
No, I didn't understand.
Possible, it's a criminal conviction, so it's not likely, but it's possible that you could want to go somewhere out the country and they pull your criminal history. If this shows up, they can prevent you from coming to their country. You understand that? I'm explaining to you now. So do you understand what I'm explaining to you? Okay. And are you pleading guilty, or are you looking to plead guilty because you believe you're guilty?
I don't understand.
What part don't you understand?
Because after reviewing it,
Correct. You don't want to accept the plea, correct? That's your right, and you have the right to stand firm on that right,
correct,
and you're not going to be, then this matter's going to trial.
correct.
Do you have witnesses here today?
We do have an officer here.
Okay. This matter's going to go to trial. What time is it supposed to be? 9:15?
9.
8:15 call. I don't know. See if it's too late to get a jury. I never see you.
Becker, Your Honor.
Yes. Yes. Oh, show cause. You weren't waiting for a case, ma'am, were you? Okay. Alexis Proctor, is that you? Someone just joined by the name of Alexis. Can you hear us?
Yeah, 17, but you still want her to try.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us? We can't hear you. We can't hear you, ma'am. You need to adjust your sound. We can't hear you. Ma'am, we can't hear you, so we can't proceed. If you can't work Zoom, you're gonna have to come in person. Looks frozen. We're talking to you, ma'am. If you can't, we can't hear you. So I can't proceed with a court case. If you can't work the Zoom, then you have to come in person. I can't hear anything that you're saying, so.
Is that for Johnson? Reno is here. We're in shaving. Yeah. Probably the main one. He's here. Okay.
Yeah, I got time to run down to the restroom.
Okay.
Do they have enough to order a jury or try?
I'm sorry,
Do they have enough to get a jury or they try?
she's trying. They had already started calling in.
It's not too late to change my mind.
Oh. You might want to consult your attorney about that.
Well, I know you guys didn't send over any jury instructions, but we will need that. Judge just said, so.
Morning, what is your name? Who just signed in with the iPhone?
You didn't let him in. In and out.
What is your first and last name who just signed in with the iPhone?
The Quavers Blanks.
Okay.
Okay.
Alexis Proctor, can you hear us? Can you unmute, please?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, very good. Okay, this is
Okay.
City of Lansing versus Alexis Proctor, 2401237111. Ms. Proctor, I have a show cause here for a disobeyed traffic signal ticket. It says you owe $198. Are you gonna be paying that today?
Okay. Can I pay it Wednesday? Because that's when I get paid.
I'll note that you'll pay by Wednesday. You can pay
Okay.
online or you come in person, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, you're all set. Alex, what does you?
No, ma'am.
This is Rodney J. Smith Jr. Are you Rodney J. Smith Jr.? I don't know why the sound's not picking up.
Do you want me to call over and see if they can?
Yes, this is a show cause for code compliance. No Cody Wade. We have jury instructions.
Yeah, I think they're doing it now.
Dennis Blake's is not, I'm sorry, DeQuavis Blake's not here.
All right, can y'all hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Record in the matter of the City of Lansing versus Rodney Jerome Smith, 25-0005361, appearance for the record.
What's wrong?
It's for code compliance.
This is Ronnie Jerome Smith, correct? Yes.
Code compliance failed to appear set for show cause.
Sitting in Patrick Wood on behalf of the city.
Okay, and then we have Mr. Robbie J. Smith Jr., who's present via Polycom from the Ingham County Jail. This was set for show cause. I think this was a situation where code compliance failed to appear twice and the defendant failed to appear twice. The defendant is now in custody, I'm sure on something unrelated, but I don't know how you want to resolve this.
The people will be requesting adjournment for 30-day adjournment, please, or would entertain that.
And what is the purpose of the adjournment?
You see, co-compliance is not here at the moment. It's
This
still
will be the
employed.
third time code compliance is not here. It's like a show cause or a co-compliant. Because it was scheduled, if it, you wanted to schedule for a co. It could only be a co-compliant show cause. Yeah, it wasn't scheduled like that, so that might be why. Because it's not even supposed to be scheduled at this time, just for people who owe money. But they were advised on the record that it was gonna be set for. It doesn't look like it was done on the record. I didn't set it, but it doesn't. On April 22nd. Yeah. I said it in the court, open court, that the compliance failed to appear twice. That I would set it for. That I would have it set for both. I said that to the city attorney in open court. For compliance. Yeah, just. But we don't even know what the defendant's in. I'm not just gonna arbitrarily set this. You don't even know what the defendant's in custody for or what's going on at the property. So I don't know. Probably want to get some more information before we do that.
Yes, and I think it was the way it was set for show cause. I believe that's our practice is that generally the co-compliance is not present for those show cause.
Yeah, this would show cause because neither the defendant or the February 11th, defendant failed to appear. Co-compliance failed to appear. March 11th, we adjourned it because the defendant wasn't served the citation. April 8th, defendant failed to appear and co-compliance failed to appear. April 22nd, co-compliance failed to appear. So you see why I would not want to reset this because it doesn't look like the city wants to really deal with this, is what it sounds like. You want to withdraw the citation? Okay, you're all set, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Sutter, you have someone ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor, I have Mr. Blakes and Mr. Kelly, one on Zoom, one in person.
You can Mr. back in breakout room and Ms. Day on the record in the matter. Who's in the courtroom?
Mr. Kelly is in person.
And the record in the matter of the city of Lansing versus Jerry Kelly, 24-03236. Yes, please. This was a driving while license is suspended. It looked like the last time we were here, the defendant had some outstanding fines. He was going to try to contact the license restoration for some assistance.
Yes, Your Honor. Attorney Lawrence Sutter, on behalf of Mr. Kelly. Yes, he has paid off all of those fines. He has met with the Secretary of State. They are scheduling him for his road test, which is the last thing he needs to accomplish before, written test, I'm sorry, before getting back his license. He's just waiting on that date in the mail. Thank you, Your Honor.
August 5th at 10:30. August 5th at 10:30. You have any questions today?
No way.
Your notice to appear. Any additional matters for the record?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. On the record in the matter of, or matters of the city of Lansing versus DeQuavis Blakes, 25L292126 and 62 appearances, please.
Patrick Wood on behalf of the city, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lawrence Sutter on behalf of Mr. Blakes, who joins us via Zoom.
Mr. Blake has a free trial for this failure to display an operator's license and then an explanation hearing for speeding. Looks like he's working to reinstate his license. What's the status?
And I believe we have a resolution today. I'll defer to Mr. Abud to on the record.
Yes, Your Honor. We do have resolutions. We have reached on this. He was very close to getting his office, is my understanding. At this point, the city is prepared to dismiss the failure to display and finish be pleading guilty to the speed as charged.
That's correct, Your Honor. I'll accept responsibility for the speeding on behalf of my client.
Mr. Blake, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yes.
Davis, can you hear us? Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yep, I can hear you. I'm sorry.
The fine is $140. When can you pay?
Oh no, I paid $140 on next Friday.
Okay, you can pay online or you can use the criminal, or come to the criminal traffic window and pay in person, okay?
Okay.
You're all set.
All right. Thank you. Have a good morning.
Same to you. You ready for a court date, ma'am? What's your name? Tiana. Tiana Moore? Yes. You have an attorney?
Yes. I'm returning.
Okay, are you ready?
Yeah, ready.
On the record in the matter of the city of Lansing versus Tiana Rose Moore, 25L293-6463 and 6464 on appearances, please.
Patrick Wood on behalf of the city, Your Honor.
Jacob Riley on behalf of Ms. Moore.
Okay, Ms. Moore has a failure to display an operator's license pre-trial for today, and then there is an expired plate, and she was making efforts to fix her license. How are we proceeding?
I told him Ms. Moore is very close to having her license restored. She was able to get her fines taken care of with the help of the restoration plan. She needs to actually process of getting her license. By the end of this month. Get a couple of weeks.
Okay, next one. August 5th at 10:30. August 5th at 10:30. Any questions today?
No.
Your notice to appear. Any additional matters for the record?
I'm from the city, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're all set. Thank you. Seen Brendan Carter.
That's Ms. Sutter's client. I have not seen him myself.
Okay, do you have anybody else here?
I do, but I need to speak to a city attorney before we
Okay,
proceed.
sounds good. Your jury instructions.
One more to add, Your Honor.
I was, yeah, waiting on the city prosecutor sending his draft.
Are you doing joint jury instructions? Is that what you're doing?
It's opposing counsel's not opposed.
No opposition.
Okay.
Extraction.
So.
E29.
How you acquired those? Is he represented by himself at some point? To make sure that you have. Make sure that-
Show the attorneys. Take that out right there. Just the top numbers a little confusing.
Anybody who's ready.
I got Miss Lee here. She's in. How about you, John? I have written all some of the ones.
Yes, you say it's right. Yeah, where?
Okay.
Are you ready, anybody?
We're ready on Christopher Smith.
Cheryl Day is also there.
On the record in the matter of the city of Lansing versus Christopher Smith, 25-00851, 25-00942, and 943 appearance.
Patrick Boone on behalf of the city, Your Honor.
Jacob Riley on behalf of Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith has too loud music and one disturbing the peace. There was a request for some additional discovery. Body cam, I guess. How are we proceeding on this?
Yes, Your Honor. After our last setting, when we did, our office has sent over, but Raleigh, it does appear that we might have missed one. After you inquiring about, and it has seen through another avenue that I'm not aware of, but either way it goes, I did confirm that he did not receive one of them. So I would request a short adjournment to just confirm that he does have all of the discovery before we proceed.
August 5th at 10:30. August 5th at 10:30. You have any questions today?
Yeah.
You should have stood there. The record in the matters of the city of Lansing versus Cheryl Lynn Day, 2302782 and 2402886.
Actually, on behalf of the city, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter, on behalf of Ms. Day, who joins us via Zoom. And Ms. Day, just remember to unmute yourself now.
Okay.
Okay, we have failure to display operator's license that we reset while she was working to restore her license. Proceeding.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've had some discussion with Mr. Waddell this morning. I believe we've reached a resolution wherein Ms. Day will be pleading guilty to the file 23 L2 803782 OT with the dismissal of the remaining 24 file.
That is an accurate representation of our agreement, Your Honor.
That's what you want to do, Ms. Day?
Yes, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, you can put your hand down. In this matter, you have the right to proceed to trial. You're innocent until proven guilty. And you have the right to require that the city prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt at trial before you're deemed to be guilty as to the failure to display ops in this file. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You have the right to remain silent at any trial and not have silence be used against you. You have the right to see, hear, or question any witness that's called to testify against you. You have the right to subpoena witnesses to testify on your behalf.
No.
Or you can waive your silence and testify at your own trial. Do you understand each of those rights that you'd be giving up?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, anyone threatening you to give those rights up?
No, Your Honor.
As to failure to display operator's license and file number ending in 782, how do you plead?
I plead guilty.
Factual basis?
Here, and just to double check, it's file ending in 782. I couldn't tell if you said 72 or
782.
Thank you. Ms. Day, is it true that on or about July 25th of 2023, that you were driving a vehicle on or near East Edgewood Boulevard and American Road?
Yes.
And that's in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, Michigan, correct?
Yes.
And is it true that at the time you were driving that vehicle, you did not have a valid driver's license with you at the time?
Yes.
Thank you, and I believe that satisfies the factual basis.
Any questions from the city?
None from the city, Your Honor.
Your plea to be pretty voluntarily and intelligently made. Your plea is accepted and your fine is $200. When can you pay?
I can pay it by the end of this month.
You can pay online using your case number, or you can come up and make a payment in person at the criminal traffic window, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're all set.
Thank you.
All right.
Anybody else? No.
I don't believe so. They're just observing.
Oh. Oh. Let's see.
Sam.
All rise.
going on.
I was so I was very upset. when I heard that.
I'm a hardy norther. This is from the mountains of the north.
Yeah.
Far.
I'm a daughter of Michigan through and through with a heart condition. I don't have people.
I'm from Texas.
So this is.
This is good. This is- yeah, this
You're
is
finally
fun.
comfortable.
Yes, I'm finally comfortable. What's that? Oh.
I moved from Virginia to Michigan to escape the heat. I think of the day we moved, it was 102 degrees and like 100% humidity. And we got to Michigan, it's like 75.
Just
So
rude. That's, I swear, I almost have like, the worst luck, because every time I've ever had a meal in my life, it was either 10 degrees or 90 degrees.
yeah, no in between. No in between. I always move in the summer and it's always been cool.
Just like, I've moved in December once, because I graduated from undergrad early and had to get out.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, I was moving in like June or August. And of course, it was me and my two 70-year-old parents in the U-Haul. Yeah, probably you guys are pizza hut, but any of us can eat right now, so.
My son was born in July. So I was one miserable person. I still have family or friends.
My wife was so grateful that our daughter was born at the end of June. She was like, I didn't have to go through the whole summer.
I was born at the end of September, so my mom did.
Did in fact go through it all.
Did in fact with twins.
Oof.
Oh, wow.
And she's all 5'2", maybe.
Oh, no.
Decline.
And yeah, we were not small. And we were both almost, we were 6'1" and 6'10". Jesus. So we were not small for singles.
That's huge. That's huge for twins. That's like,
Yeah.
like medically
Brother or
dangerous.
sister.
Yeah.
Brother or sister.
Oh, I have a sister. Not identical. We are very different.
Oh, yeah.
My sister's about this tall.
Oh,
She
wow.
has straight hair all the way down to her butt.
You have curly
I have very curly hair. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's funny. We both have greenish eyes. Mine tends brownish, hers tends blue.
Oh.
And we both have brown hair. That's where it ends. That is where the similarity stuff.
My email's having a convulsion right now. I'm trying to pull the jury instructions up. I am 17 or
Where you're. I didn't know here, and I'll do a quick one.
Another one that's kind of sitting in her midst behind us. You know, she is. Yes. Thank you. Can we incorporate some of the language from one about the third, this is the one here, the complainant gave the defendant a lawful command. Was making a lawful S or was otherwise performing a lawful F. that incorporates the case, People versus Reynolds.
He charged it on that city code.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the city code is generally treated
So what do you want to add?
this language here.
Okay, well,
This one here, really this one. You had reason known that the yeah, the police officers are lawful.
he wants to add to this instruction. Add police officers' actions were lawful.
Yeah, because that's the, I mean, I know that this is the city statute as opposed to the RNO statute from the state, but functionally, I generally is treated the same on appeal. And the People versus Reynolds was the case. And I think there's another accompanying one that goes for being eluding, but essentially that in order for there to be a resist oppose, there has to be, the police have to be acting lawfully. That was modified. It looks like the amendment was, they amended it hunks over to 13.1, which was amended, the model criminal. But and that's the assault with the higher level one, but it still has the same language. And it was and I'm comfortable with this language too. It was third that
I understand that their action, I don't like adding a element to our ordinance that's not there. And that adds an element. And now the jury can make a decision whether they think the police officer's action was lawful to determine guilt or innocence.
right, but I think that's a prerequisite under the holding in People versus Reynolds, which is again relatively speaking recent. And there's another one, I'll have to find it, the Michigan Supreme Court case for, God, I can't remember the name of it now. It was fleeing and eluding, but it was the same concept that you have the right to flee and elude a police officer if they're acting unlawfully. And that was fundamentally the argument for it.
I need, who's representing Carter and, Clark?
Lauren, I didn't see her. Alright.
Mr. Raleigh, you're on. is it Clark?
He's on Clark.
You're already on Clark?
We are ready.
Okay, these are the matters of the city of Lansing versus Cameron Clark, 25-00675 and 25L2929931. Appearance, please.
Patrick, would on behalf of the city, Mayor?
Jacob Riley on behalf of Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark has an open intox driver and expired plea. Are we proceeding?
At this time, Mr. Clark is still working on that registration issue. What have I noticed now? Said something about they require more insurance before you can officially get the registration. Right?
6 months.
Said if you can get till July 8th. Request would be to adjourn until July 8th or later, Your Honor. Should be able to solve that registration problem.
August 5th at 10:30. Do you have any questions for the court today? We'll get your notice in just a moment. Any additional matters, counsel?
Nothing from the city.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
No problem. Okay, Ms. Sutter is on Carter.
Yes, she's talking with him in the hall.
Who's representing Antonio Castillo?
Mr. Riley.
Be ready on Castillo.
Not, Your Honor. I am ready on Christopher Dane.
Dang. This is the matter of the city of Lansing versus Christopher Dang, 25-01322. Appearance, please.
Jacob Riley on behalf of Mr. Dane.
Okay, Mr. Dang has a disturbing piece that we had reset so that you can review the body cam. How are we proceeding?
This time we have no offers and no payments clearly, so we'd be requesting the final pre-trial at this point.
Set for trial. It'll be August 5th at 8:15. August 5th at 8:15. In person at the court, okay? Do you have any questions at this time? Any additional matters for the record?
No, Your Honor.
See Ms. Sutter and Mr. Abud in the waiting room. They probably are waiting to meet with people. And you need to speak with Castillo?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
I don't know if I missed the invitation to the breakout room with Miss Whipple. If you could resend it, that would be great.
Cell phone's on silent. Our building gets some
Yeah, I will send them an email.
that door.
Oh, yes, WD-40.
Quick fix. Okay, on the record in the matter of the city of Lansing versus Roberta Whipple, 250007791. Appearance, please.
Patrick Abud on behalf of the city, Your Honor.
Ms. Whipple is present via Zoom without counsel. This is a zoning code compliance matter. How are we proceeding on this?
Yes, Your Honor, I did just speak with Ms. Whipple regarding this. She has been making some great progress recently. She's had 2 large dumpsters brought out to her house to try to get up into compliance. There's one currently there. The city was going to request an adjournment. She's continuing to try to get this up to code, and I would hate to do anything that would hinder her at this point. She's going to continue to show compliance, and with the goal of getting into compliance, I would like to let her do that on her own before we would step in and do any actions on that. The court will allow it.
How much time are you thinking?
At least 60 days.
August 26th at 10:30. August 26th at 10:30. Do you have any questions for the court today, Ms. Whipple?
No.
Okay, we'll see you on August 26th at 10:30. Any additional matters for the record?
Nothing from the city, Your Honor. Okay. Yeah. So you want to take some classes?
He wasn't intoxicated.
It wasn't for
Yeah, he said-
He's got to do something.
Okay, the jurors are here. Do I have a jury instructions?
I just sent it over, Your Honor. Sorry for the delay on the matter.
Alcohol.
On the record in the matter of the city of Lansing versus Orion Matinski, at 25-01399, appearance, please.
Patrick Abud on behalf of the city, Your Honor.
Sorry about that. Paul Wallner on behalf of Ryan Madelinsky, who is appearing to be.
Thank you. And I just see Mr. Madelinsky. Can you hear us, Mr. Madelinsky?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. Today was the date scheduled for pretrial for operating while intoxicated. Was there an offer, or does this need to be adjourned for a substance abuse assessment?
There has not been an offer at this point, Your Honor. We do need a substance assessment.
And Your Honor, I have a question. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt the delay. Is there a specific counselor you could we use the district court probation assessment, or is there someone that is recommended by this court?
I'm sorry, can you repeat what you said? You're asking is a specific assessor or?
Or could you use the district court substance abuse assessment?
You can come and have an assessment done by the district court. There's a fee for that, but yes, you can do that. I'm gonna reset this so that he can have an opportunity to do that so that the city can review it, okay?
This sounds great. Thank you.
August 26th at 10:30 work for you?
Good chance I might be out of the country on that time, at that date.
We can get you another date.
Okay.
September 9th. September 9th
That works for me. So it could for you.
at 9:30.
Okay, that works. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional matters for the record today?
None from the city, Your Honor.
None for the defense, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're all set.
Thank you. Thank you.
Files is in there. I also sent you.
For this.
Tyson.
Oh, Tyson.
Sharon, is that an option for all defendants pre-plea, the probation provision assessment?
I would imagine that they could charge the county for $100.
I've always been told they only will do it post-plea, so we have the way more expensive cases we have on our clients too.
And then they can go this now. Okay, let's see. We have Carter. Are you ready on Carter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, on the record in the matter of the city of Lansing versus Brendan Carter, 25-00074. Council appearance.
Patrick, on behalf of the city.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter, on behalf of Mr. Carter, who is standing at council table, may I approach with advice of rights and plea sheet?
Yes, thank you. Okay, since the offers for the defendant to plead guilty to count OWI. Let's see, it says plead guilty to OWI, but he's being charged with OWIC. Are we amending that? To the original count.
The original, Your Honor.
Okay. He's pleading guilty to count. That's count 1. This is count 2 and 3, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give?
My hands,
Your hands?
it's, until I got shady.
Okay, so you can't,
Yes.
no, you can't open your hands, what you're
Right.
saying? Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to get is the truth and the whole truth under the penalty of perjury? Okay. I have an advice of rights and plea information sheet. That's your signature, sir.
Yes.
You went over these rights with your attorney, correct?
Yeah.
You understand these rights?
Yes.
You want to give these rights up today? So that means you're gonna give up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. You have the right to require the prosecutor prove first each element of the charge that's being brought against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to see, hear, and question any witness that they call to testify against you. Your right to subpoena witnesses to testify on your behalf, and your right to maintain your silence at your trial and not have silence used against you. You understand that?
Yes.
Anyone threatening you to get you to give these rights up?
No.
Any promises being made to you to give up these rights? Are you currently on probation or on parole? You understand that by pleading guilty, it could result in a conviction that you may need to report to your current employer, or you may need to put this conviction on a future job application.
Right.
It also could have impact on travel or immigration status that you may be seeking.
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Rowley, I'm not sure who he's trying to meet with. As to count 1, operating while intoxicated. How do you plead? Actual basis?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Carter, is it true that on or about January 2nd of 2024, You were driving a vehicle on or near East Malcolm X Street and South Holmes Street. And that's in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, Michigan. And at that time, you were driving a vehicle after having consumed a substance like THC or marijuana. And that consumption did impair your ability to drive safely, correct? I think you'd say that a little better. Thank you. Your Honor, I believe that satisfies the factual basis.
Any questions from the prosecution?
None, Your Honor.
Find a plea to be proved voluntarily and intelligently made. This matter is scheduled for sentencing August 12th at 9 o'clock in the morning. When you leave here, you'll go down one floor and meet with our probation department so they can get you set up for your pre-sentence interview, okay? He's already done a substance abuse assessment?
He is, my Honor.
Okay, so you will be ordered to complete one as part of your pre-sentence, okay? Do you have any questions at this time? Any additional matters for the record?
None from the city.
Then, Your Honor, would you like me to walk around with Ms. Collins Green or on his own?
I'll ask for them. Thank you.
So. Yeah.
Is that what you want to do, right? No, in our house or? What time? She, you just handed her, she was that key. The one thing. Oh, she's. Oh. She's fine. That's the officer. Oh, I'll make sure my appearance is without it. She, in my system, she's mine. Okay. I'll ask my paralegal to read that. All right, she's right there with that. Thanks. She said she didn't know she had any.
It's like sign. Yeah, so basically that. Wow, that's bad. We have a whole bunch of. Yeah. Or slash. Yeah. Like the rest of the.
Let them know again. They shoot. She hasn't. Or haven't been with it. I think it's the state verification she was purchasing. the insurance. So. She thought this was what she thought she was holding it. I had to break bad news to it that way. Do you think? Well, she thinks it's Thursday. Also, because she got my state.
Yeah.
As long as we got noted on the record that we'll be discussing. That's just a little bit.
What jury instruction are you all using for hinder opposed and for? Nice, over 3 inches.
Sorry. You guys can hear me?
Correct.
We were using the obstructing official business, which is what under city code 60202, which is what they opposed.
Can you cut and paste it to me, please?
Yes.
That and for your hinder, I need both of them currently.
Okay.
Oh, actually, this was.
They should be in there individually. There
Did you
was.
send it in a Word or was it a
It's in
PDF?
a PDF. Would you like a Word copy?
Yes, I'm just gonna cut and paste it.
There you
They're asking for a time frame.
Who's they?
Bonnie and Susan,
Time frame for what?
for us, or before we're ready for jury.
Jury instructions. Probably take my magic wand and make these jury instructions be done, but it's broken right now. What time did the jury give me? They didn't notify you when the jury was here?
She just notified me at 11:12 and told me Susan is ready.
She sent us an email at 10:47. An email at 10:47 if the jury was here. And we probably can, how many more cases we have to do?
I just have Miss Noah from here.
I have Castillo.
It's gonna be at least 20 minutes. Because I need to do 2 more cases and I gotta finish these jury instructions. I just sent you the word.
Addie, did you say you just sent one?
What's up for me?
I was asking Addie if she.
No, I was talking to the judge.
Okay.
Yeah, he was the one like here. I told her as soon as she gets this, she's gonna tell me.
Yep. I got no problem. Get them their licenses.
No, I don't like that you're asking that job. Am I really? I've had 6 months last month. And I've been in circuit court every single day. Friday the 15th. Which was on. Okay. I do want to remind you of your career instead of every once in a while. I remember Joe for 3 months straight and then 1 month. 1 month. Well, that's nice. That's one fall.
Okay, I have a question about your Henry shopping.
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming you didn't. You're joining into these joint.
Yes, sir. I'm joining
Okay.
We went over a couple points and made an agreement on it.
On your 13.2, just defendant, the element you just put, the defendant did hinder, oppose, obstruct, resist the police officer while official business as such, or aid or abet any person doing the same. 13.2 obviously provides more detail than that. as to what hinder Trump proposes.
Yeah, but it's charged, I mean, it's being charged under the city code.
I recognize that, so, but
And then brother counsel had requested that change, that's to go towards the performing of official business as such, as
Look,
opposed to how it's written.
what I'm saying is this supposed to be the elements. The element can't be the hinder. What's the element then? Just one element that they did.
It's
Hinder,
weird
obstruct,
because it's.
oppose, resist, police officer while performing official business as such or aid or abet the other person.
I think it's really 2 in 1, like the defendant did hinder, oppose, resist.
Kind of part
And
cases while we're waiting. So you have who?
Ms. Milliken and Mr. Raleigh has.
Christine. Working, is that make that up? Ariana working?
I sent her an email earlier this morning, Your Honor, but I do admit I didn't send my typical reminder email last week that I usually try and give people.
Okay, sounds good. On the
No, you just
record,
signed.
in the matter of the city of Lansing versus Maria Milliken, 25-132025L29190002. Please.
Catch the boot on behalf of the city, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Milliken, who is standing to my right.
Just looking at the driving while license is suspended and no insurance. How are we proceeding on this?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Milliken has provided the city with sufficient information to prove that she does have current insurance as of today. So we've moved to dismiss the 25L29190002 matter. As far as the DWLS, Ms. Milliken through counsel has told me that she has been making strides and she should be pretty close. And at this point, we would request some time for her to get that in license, or her license in order to properly resolve this matter.
And specifically, Your Honor, there was a discussion between myself and Mr. Waddell originally, and then later, Mr. Booth, that the agreement will be honored of continuing to dismiss that if she provides proof of the license at the next hearing.
That is accurate, Your Honor.
So they're gonna deviate from the normal policy?
Given some information we provided, yes.
August 5th, August 5th at 11.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll get your notice to appear. Do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
No problem. Matters for the record.
None from the city, Your Honor.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
What was it? You said you sent an email to Ms. Larkin, but you didn't send a normal. I didn't catch what you said about Ms. Larkin.
I have not seen her this morning. I sent her an email about half an hour ago, but I did not send my usual reminder email the week before that I give people, so I understand she was out her notice to appear, but I did not.
She's the one that just had a baby.
She did recently have a baby, yes. There was a few things going on with her.
Give her a courtesy reset.
Thank you, I appreciate that, Your Honor. And I did advise her to get in contact with me or log in as soon as possible this morning.
I said I didn't want to. Send her a courtesy reset. She got news. Oh, for Larkin. Yeah, you got the attention. I just said I was resetting her.
I know this was done. You had to tell me to sign it. So it's giving back to Russia.
How was it? Which one?
Because when I saw that she wasn't here at 11 o'clock.
August 5th at 11. August 5th at 11.
Thank you very much.
On the record in the matter of the city of Lansing versus Antonio Castilla, 25-00846.
Patrick Boot on behalf of the city, Your Honor.
Jacob Riley on behalf of Mr. Castillo.
Mr. Castilla has a open alcohol in public that we reset so that you can review body cam. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we have worked out a resolution to this case. I think it probably makes sense to set this for a plea date in a few weeks. We hope to resolve this through a civil infraction, but the city would like my client to complete an educational class before we commit to that.
August 5th at 11. No problem. Do you have any questions today, Mr. Castillo?
No, ma'am.
Okay, you're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Hauser, is that on our docket today?
Yes, Your Honor, that was assigned to me. I haven't had contact with her. Yeah, that's what she was just asking about. I haven't had contact with her.
Down in,
I don't think she's in custody anywhere else.
they have that in, Warren's library. Yeah, I had one that bounced back on me on it, and I was trying to send the word.
Was Hauser going to be a bench right now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm aware.
Everybody's back.
Getting this one on.
I'm doing.
Thank you. Your Honor, my client would like to address the court prior to if we're going to be breaking soon or beginning court here.
Definitely not breaking.
Very good. May she address the court this time?
I'm gonna call the case after I get the jury
Just
instructions.
sent that additional language.
Okay.
And I have reviewed it, Your Honor.
Thank you. You looking for outlet?
Yeah.
I think it's not under there. In front of it, I mean, or. I don't know.
Oh, it's nothing.
There's nothing.
Available.
That's one. Well, yeah. One on that side.
Plugged in there.
Looks like the audio equipment.
Yeah.
Outlet, yeah.
This one.
This way.
Is, Mr. Wu coming back for the trial?
Yes.
How did you forward that to them? Okay, on the record in the matter of the city of Lansing versus Keisha Tyson, again, 24-01862, appearance, please.
Ashford Wood on behalf of the city, Your Honor.
Jack Rucker on behalf of Ms. Tyson, who is standing to my left.
Thank you. Today's date is scheduled for jury trial. The jury is present. I think you all would have just been forwarded the draft of the jury instructions for your review. Counsel, you stated your client wanted to address something.
Yes, Your Honor, she would like to address the court regarding her aborted plea this morning.
Yes, I just want to go ahead and because
The jury's here. Do you know how much money it costs for a jury to get here? Yeah, we can't dismiss a jury. They've taken their time to come here. You've already attempted to make a plea at least twice. I also have a concern. I think there was some suggestion about a no contest plea. We're moving to trial at this point. We're moving to trial. Okay. Anything else you want to address? Have a seat. Did you get a copy of the instructions and do I need to make changes?
Waiting for it to come into my email, Your Honor. There we go. I just received it. I have no objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
Okay. Any other preliminary matters before we call the jury upstairs?
I have one just oral motion in limine I'd like to make.
Okay.
Your Honor, there's significant amounts of body worn camera in this matter, some of which occurs after my client was transported to Sparrow Hospital. I don't believe the prosecution has any intention of admitting it, but I would ask that under 401 and 40, so sorry, the 402, that they be excluded as they're neither probative and they're extremely prejudicial towards my client. Her behavior at the hospital, I believe, would inflame the passions of the jury.
I don't see how it's relevant. Were you intending to use them?
No, Your Honor, it's not relevant.
Motion is granted.
Thank you.
You have matters.
Just procedurally, to play video, would we just hook the HDMI?
So that sometimes, most times doesn't work. So you just want to log into Zoom and then I will make you co-host so you can share your screen.
Very good, Your Honor.
No problem. Okay, unless there's anything else, we'll call the jury up. They didn't bring me nothing. I saw Bonnie yet. Isn't it in our office? No? She's not an attorney. She can't cross the bill. Okay. Okay, let me get some people in. Is everyone in there? I'll get some people in the jury box. That'll clear up some space. You're also gonna need to turn that fan on over there. Okay, seat number one, juror number one is gonna be. You plug it up to your computer. Yeah, plug it. We'll do it on our break. Okay, good morning and for the next 2 minutes, everyone. Thank you for your patience while we work through some issues and completing our docket. Okay, if you can turn your attention to the screen, I do have some instructions for you. Looks like there's a delay somewhat with the Polycom. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I am Judge Kristen D. Simmons, and it is my pleasure and privilege to welcome you to the 54A District Court here in Ingham County, City of Lansing. I know that jury duty may be a new experience for some of you. Jury duty is one of the most serious duties that members of a free society are asked to perform. Our system of self-government could not exist without it. The jury is an important part of this court. The right to a jury trial is an ancient tradition and part of our heritage. The law says that both a person who is accused of a crime and the prosecution has a right to a trial, not by one person, but by a jury of 6 impartial persons. Jurors must be as free as humanly possible from bias, prejudice, or sympathy for either side. Each side in the trial is entitled to jurors who keep open minds until the time comes to decide the case. A trial begins with jury selection. The purpose of this process is to obtain information about you that will help us choose a fair and impartial jury to hear this case. During jury selection, the lawyers and I will ask you questions. This is called voir dire. The questions are meant to find out if you know anything about the case. Also, we need to find out if you have any opinions or personal experiences that might influence you for or against the prosecution, the defendant, or any witnesses. One or more of these things could cause you to be excused in this particular case, even though you may otherwise be qualified to be a juror. The questions may probe deeply into your attitudes, beliefs, and experiences. They are not meant to be an unreasonable prying into your private life. The law requires that we get this information so that an impartial jury can be chosen. If you do not hear or understand a question, you should say so. If you do understand it, you should answer it truthfully and completely. Please do not hesitate to speak freely about anything you believe we should know. During jury selection, you may be excused from serving on the jury in one of 2 ways. First, I may excuse you for cause. That is, I may decide that there is a valid reason why you cannot or should not serve in this case. Or a lawyer from one side or the other may excuse you without giving any reason for doing so. This is called a preemptory challenge. The law gives each side the right to excuse a certain number of jurors in this way. If you are excused, you should not feel bad or take it personally. As I explained before, there simply may be something that causes you to be excused from this case or this particular case. I will now ask you to stand and swear to answer truthfully, fully, honestly, all the questions that you will be asked about your qualifications to serve as a juror in this case. If you have religious beliefs against an oath, you may affirm that you will answer all the questions truthfully, fully, and honestly. Please rise. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will truthfully and completely answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as jurors in this case? If you do, you signify by saying I do. I do. Thank you. I will now introduce my staff members to you. I have to my right, Addie Nash, that's my court recorder and judicial assistant, and to my left is Ms. Yolanda Collins Green. She is my court officer. This is a criminal case involving 1 count of the charge of carrying a blade over 3 inches in length and 1 count of the charge of hinder, oppose, obstruct, or resist an officer, both of which I will explain more fully later. Charge has been made against the defendant, who is named Vickeisha Tyson. The defendant's attorney is named Jack Rucker. Mr. Rucker, if you could stand, introduce yourself, and list any witnesses you anticipate calling at trial today.
Good morning, good afternoon, jury. My name is Jack Rucker. I represent Ms. Vickeisha Tyson. At this time, the only witness the defense potentially may call is Ms. Tyson if she elects to testify in her own defense.
The assistant city attorney in this matter is Mr. Patrick Aboud, and then there's deputy city attorney Brandon Waddell. Mr. Aboud or Mr. Waddell, please stand and list any witnesses you intend on calling.
Good afternoon, jury. My name is Patrick Aboud. Mr. Brandon Waddell is sitting here to my left. The people intend to call 3 Lansing police officers. The first would be Mr. Nicholas Shading, Officer Patrick Muller, and Officer Armando Pellegrino. Thank you.
Does anyone amongst the jury, both in the box and in the gallery, do you know any of the lawyers? If you do, you can raise your hand. Does any of you all know any of the witnesses that were named, those officers? Okay, and no one knows the defendant, correct? Okay, we think the trial will last, it says 1 day, but it's really about a half a day. If you believe that the length of the trial will be a real hardship for you, please raise your hand. Some of you may have health problems that would prevent you from serving on a jury. For example, does anyone have a medical problem that would make you unable to sit for 2 or 3 hours at a time? Or does anyone have an issue with sight or hearing? So first,
I have a problem when he talks, he's pointing that way, I really can't hear him.
when he talks pointing that way, you're struggling to hear? Okay, can you stand? And I want you to face that direction and say something.
Attorney Patrick Abud.
Is that better?
Yes, good.
Sounds good.
Thanks.
Okay. And so they'll do that more just because it's an acoustic issue in here. Plus we got the fans going. Okay, anybody else have a hearing issue at all? We don't really need to worry about the sitting 2 or 3 hours at a time because I can't sit 2 or 3 hours at a time. So we'll take breaks. Let's see, everyone can see clearly? Very good. This is a criminal case. Again, the paper used to charge the defendant with the crime is called a complaint. The complaint in this case charges the defendant, Makisha Tyson, again with the crime of carrying a knife over 3 inches and hinder, oppose, obstruct, or resist a police officer. And it reads as follows. On or about May 6, 2024, it says the complaining witness has sworn that in count 1, the defendant did carry in a public place, a knife having a blade over 3 inches in length, to wit, knife approximately 5 3/4 inches long at the vicinity of 443 Mall Court, Lansing, Michigan. And this is contrary to the provisions of the Code of Lansing being 696.04. Count 2, the defendant did allegedly hinder, oppose, obstruct, or resist a Lansing police officer in the performance of law enforcement duties at or near 443 Mall Court, Lansing, Michigan, contrary to the provisions of the Code of Lansing being 60202. The defendant has pled not guilty to the charge or charges. You should clearly understand that the complaint I have just read is not evidence. A complaint is read in every criminal case so that the defendant and the jury can hear the charges. You must not think that it is evidence that she is guilty or that she must be guilty because she has been charged. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means that you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that she is guilty. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The prosecution must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove her innocence or to do anything. If you find that the prosecution has not proven every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after a careful and considered examination of the circumstances and facts of this case. I will now begin the voir dire.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Brandon Waddell. I'm Deputy City Attorney in the City of Lansing. I'm gonna come up here so I can kind of give everybody. So you heard the judge give you kind of preliminary rules and standards of what goes on in this trial. So I just want to ask you a couple of questions as we get to the point of picking a jury to kind of get your thoughts on a couple of things and also explain things. So first thing is, Your Honor just talked about reasonable doubt. So a lot of people think about reasonable doubt, how you see it on TV, on Law and Order. They say beyond all doubt. That's not what we do in real life. Real life is not beyond all possible doubt, it's beyond all reasonable doubt. So how I would explain that is, I have a dog named Miggy. He's older, but when he was younger, he used to get in the trash when we weren't at home. So he would get in the trash and pull all the stuff out, and there'd be flour and stuff all over the floor or whatever. So one day we come home and there's all this, the evidence that Miggy's gotten into the trash all over the floor. Now, we could think it's possible that somebody broke into our house, went through the trash, dumped the trash on the floor, didn't take anything else, left and locked the door behind them. Now, is that possible? I guess it's possible. But it's not reasonable. Based on the evidence that we have, it's reasonable that Miggy got to the trash. So it's not beyond all doubt. It's beyond all reasonable. Okay, so I hope that kind of explains that. So I want to ask you about, and I'm just going to put this out kind of for everybody at first. Is there anybody that has, and I want you to, one thing I should say before I ask, I want you to feel free to be honest in your answers, because you're not going to be punished for giving honest answers. You're not going to be looked at in a certain way for being honest answers. What we want is jurors that are honest and want to be here and also fit the criteria. So is there anybody that you would say, I have a general bias against police?
Keep your hands up, please. Get juror what, number 1, 3.
What's your
someone
name,
in the
sir?
gallery.
Elliot Such.
Elliot? Can you kind of explain that a little bit?
I was in the juvenile system as like a 17-year-old for stuff that I basically didn't do. Was firsthand, party to that I consider abuse by police, and saw a lot of that when I was in the juvenile position.
So you're at the point now that you generally don't trust police?
I don't call them, no matter what's going on.
Okay. Thank you for being honest. And sir, what was your name again?
Josh.
Josh. What about you?
I mean, it's the police system is not there to actually help us. They are there to put us away.
Okay. Do you think there's any situation where you would need the police or use the police?
I've called them in the past. I've never had any help from them.
Okay. Does anybody else, I got 2 others, anybody agree with Josh, but they not have raised their hand? Okay. And sir?
My name's Grady Hunt. I grew up in DeWitt, and the police, they were just bad. I mean, they was got the boundaries. I lived in the city limits, and I was asked by a cop to get out of his town. And I said, sir, I live here. You can't keep me out of city limits. I live here. Basically, I don't have nothing to do with them.
So you kind of still have that general feeling against
Well, I'm
police.
grown up now. I don't get in trouble, but I don't have nothing to do with them.
Do you think that you'd be able to give an unbiased opinion on the facts of this case based on what is presented by the attorneys?
I do.
You think you could? Okay. How about you? Do you think you'd be able to make a decision on this case based on just the facts here and not any interaction you had previously, or do you think those previous interactions would lead into your decision?
Not my previous interactions.
What would?
I believe that the system is full of systemic racism, and I'm probably gonna have that in the back of my mind.
You probably wouldn't be able to, you'd have something outside of this courtroom influencing the decision, is that?
It'd be very difficult.
Okay. What about you, sir?
I mean, I can remain non-biased, like within the confines of the situation here, but at the same time, I don't necessarily agree with the charge.
Your voice fell off. You don't agree with the charge. What?
That's being brought up either based on what I already know, which is not much. Obviously.
Okay,
I mean, people are walking around strapped with guns all the time. I don't really see what big deal like this.
okay. So on that point, people walk around with guns. There's an ordinance in the city of Lansing that says you can't have a knife over 3 inches. Does the fact that people have guns, does that affect your decision on whether or not a knife should or should not? be
Yeah,
allowed?
why should knife be allowed with guns? Why should knife not be allowed with guns? That's ridiculous.
Okay.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
So you probably wouldn't be, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, you wouldn't be able to be completely unbiased based on just the facts?
I don't believe that should be a crime.
Okay, you don't think it should be a crime?
No.
Okay.
And I understand that it is, and it's not like it's something I'm gonna walk around doing, but at the
Right.
same time, you know, like I said, people are carrying around way more dangerous stuff. Pocket full of fentanyl could be more dangerous. Not like that's within the confines of the law, but you know, it's kind of difficult to take it seriously when it's a little pocket knife, basically.
Okay. Does anybody else agree about the knife?
Absolutely.
You agree? Anybody else
Why
agree?
Yes, sir. Why can't you get a permit for it? I know you can get a permit for it.
I guess we go across to those legislators over there.
But I don't- It is wrong.
Okay. All right. Again, another question I just want to put out for everyone. Does anyone disagree that if the police are in the process of investigating a crime, that we should comply with their lawful orders? Anybody disagree? Has anybody here had interactions? Well, let me- Does anybody feel, and I asked about bias, does anybody feel just not only police, but just the rule of law, or us as attorneys, don't like us as attorneys? Does anybody believe that this entire process, they wouldn't be able to be fair because they just don't like the justice system in Michigan, in Lansing, in this country? Anybody feel that way? You feel that way?
Absolutely.
Anybody else? You want to expand on that?
I just watched my dad get sued by the state and lose his license, and the whole thing was really fraudulent.
Okay. Do you think that experience would cause you to make a decision, maybe not based on just the evidence here, but in the back of your mind thinking, I don't really like the system anyway?
I don't like the system, but I think I could still be fair.
Okay.
I mean, I could set that aside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Another question for everybody. Does anybody have a problem with a trial going on and the only people you hear from are police? You have a problem with them? The only witnesses being police? You have a problem with that? You have a problem with that? You have a problem with that? Anybody else? Okay. This one got a little bit more. All right. Can you explain that? What's your name first?
Letitia Johnson.
John, okay.
Can you
Johnson.
just speak up a little louder because of that fan? I'm sorry, Letitia Johnson.
Excuse me for point. So can you explain that a little bit?
The question was if I would have a problem with only the officers being given a statement.
Right, the only witnesses you hear from are police officers.
I think that the person that's being charged should be able to give their side of the story as well.
Okay, well, they
She's
have that,
representing herself.
they have that opportunity.
Okay.
They can, now they don't have to. And our law says that A defendant has the ability to testify on their own behalf, but they don't have to, and if they don't, you cannot hold it against them if they did. Okay, so they do have that, and that may happen here, it may not. I don't know, but the witnesses I know you will hear from are police officers. So would you still have an issue with if you didn't hear from the defendant, you only heard from police officers?
I guess I'll take that back. I'm sorry, Judge.
No, you're fine. That's why we're talking.
Yeah.
Okay, anybody else? Let's start here. What's your name?
My name's Rachel.
Rachel?
Yeah. It's hard to explain. It just doesn't feel right.
Okay.
That's really all I got. I don't know the details of what happened or anything, but it just feels not right. It doesn't sit well with me. Was there like no one else around just at night? I don't know. Like,
Would you only hearing from police officers make you say, "Nah, I'm not gonna do that"?
not necessarily, but right off the bat, it doesn't sit right.
Okay. Would it possibly influence your decision?
I don't think so. I guess it depends on what happens, what they have to say, all of the proceedings going forward. I would say not necessarily, but it just right off the bat just doesn't sit right. I don't, that's all.
All right. What about you?
I feel that there was too much opportunity for them to collectively come up with things together against this individual without anybody realizing it or supervising it. So if there was anything going on, they could collaborate. So I feel like if that's the only witness, that's probably happening.
Okay, so if they're the only witnesses, you only heard from 2 or 3 police officers and nobody else, in your mind, you're thinking you wouldn't be able to make an unbiased decision. Thank you for being honest. You also said the same?
Yeah, and there's a reason why police wear body cams. They're prolific liars.
Okay. So you wouldn't be able to make an unbiased decision if you only heard from police officers?
I don't trust them.
I think you would.
Terry.
Okay. Same? Would you be able to make an unbiased decision based on the facts of this case, or would that be in the back of your mind?
3 police officers versus 1 civilian, it's pretty easy for them to spin it however they want. But I think we'll probably come down to what they say.
Okay. No matter what they said, would you still make a decision because it was only officers? Would that still weigh on your decision?
I don't know, maybe not.
Okay. Maybe not.
It's really hard to tell how I'm gonna
Right.
feel in 2 hours
Right.
after the case.
Yeah, I know I'm asking hypothetical questions without giving you a whole lot of information, but we still want to know, like, you see 3 officers get up there and they tell you something you don't hear from anybody else. Some people look at that and say, you know what, I can't trust that. So I would simply want to know if that's how it's going to be. I appreciate it. What was your name?
Arthur.
Arthur?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Kind of the same idea as, I don't know, the first opinion on this, it kind of just doesn't sit right like that. 3 cops, it just, I would like to, I don't know, someone else to be at the, I don't know the word for it, but it's kind of just like puts me on the fence line, not that I don't.
You'd like to hear from somebody.
Exactly, pretty much, yeah.
Would you, when making, if you were on jury and you only heard from those 3 officers, or 2 or 1, would the fact that you only heard from officers, would that hinder your ability to make a decision based on the facts of the case alone? Would that change your decision?
Awesome.
Maybe, I gotta try to.
I
pin you
would
down a little.
say no if I didn't give you this, if I say. I wouldn't.
Okay. I have another hand that did not.
I did, but after you spoke with her, if she has the right to speak and or her lawyer can speak for her,
That kind of change.
Her lawyer can't speak. He's not giving testimony. Her right is to remain silent. That's the right. It was said incorrectly. And you can't use it against her if she invokes that right. She can waive the right to silence and testify on her own behalf. But her right is to remain silent. That's under the Constitution.
Okay, thank you for clarification.
Is there anything that any of you think that you would want us to know about you that may influence us picking you to be on? Is there anything you think that we should know that I haven't asked, that you just think, you know what, they should probably know this? Nothing? All right, well, I appreciate it, and that's all the questions I have, and thank you for your attention. Appreciate it.
Counsel?
Good afternoon, jurors. I'm gonna stand a little bit over here. If anybody can't hear me, please just let me know. I'm happy to try and speak up or be a little more projecting with my voice. I know the fans are kind of loud. So I'm the defense attorney here, and it's my job to represent Ms. Tyson here to the best of my abilities and to enforce her constitutional rights. So that's what we're here to do. I'll be asking at the end of this, at the beginning of this, and at multiple times throughout this for you all to make a determination that she is not guilty. So other counsel, I think, asked a lot of really good questions that kind of hone into the witnesses and where this case is likely to go. And I appreciate the forthright answers that a lot of you gave on that. I only have a couple other questions I want to add on to that. The first is, and I expect a lot of hands are going to go in the air, but who here has ever been to the Frandor Shopping Center? Yeah, it would have been weird if people didn't. Those who have been in the Frandor Shopping Center, go ahead and raise your hand again if you've ever seen an altercation while you were at that shopping center. Yeah. Let's go ahead and start with you, ma'am. What's your name?
Diane.
Diane, what kind of altercation did you observe?
I saw at the bus stop there, I saw I guess they were kids beat up an old man.
Did the police end up being called for that?
No.
Okay.
After that, I was
All right. And how did that incident, kind of seeing that disturbance, how did they make you feel? Terrible. And that changed your perspective on going to the Frandor Shopping Center at all? I'm sorry, who else raised their hand? No? I know you would, sorry, yeah. So what did you observe when you were at the Frandor?
I mean, I've seen numerous occasions down there where there's been fights specifically outside of Kroger there. There's a lot of people experiencing homelessness that queue up to return cans and stuff like that. So I've seen some pretty gnarly balls and stuff like that.
Have you ever seen a police response?
No.
So you've never seen a police response at the Frandor Shopping Center?
Not for anything that would require one, no.
Thank you. All right. Does anybody here have a job that is public facing, that involves interacting with the public on a regular basis? Whole bunch of you guys. Please keep your hands in the air. I'm going to kind of take you one by one and ask a follow-up question. Ma'am, what's your name again?
Rachel.
Rachel, have you ever had a really bad day and were still at work?
Yeah,
Did that affect how you treated the people that you interacted with?
I hope not.
If it did, and there was some kind of a bad outcome, how would that make you felt? Or
That would have made me feel bad.
and your name?
Carrie.
And what have you ever had that kind of similar experience?
Yeah, I've had bad days at home.
Yeah, and has that ever affected any of the people you're dealing with?
Sure it has.
Okay. Anybody else? I know I kind of had a lot of hands on that one. Ma'am, what was your name? Autumn. And Autumn, you ever have a negative experience? And did that ever affect the people that you were serving in that?
Probably in the moment, with emotions.
Sure. And if that had a seriously negative consequence to them, how would that make you feel about your bad day affecting their day?
Well, it makes you feel bad. I try to hide it,
Right.
holding it, but sure.
I trust me. Many public facing jobs in my day.
What's your name, ma'am?
Autumn Brown.
Yes, give her my name.
Yeah.
Arthur.
And Arthur, same kind of question. Have you ever had a bad day that affected how you dealt with it?
I try to just not let it rub off, so I would say no to that.
Maintain that stoicism.
Yeah.
Commendable. And you may, your name, please. Holly,
Sometimes if I'm, and in my emotion, yeah, I can maybe not handle a phone call right, or be a little more emotional than I want to be because of where I started with the phone call.
and if that had a serious negative impact on the person you're dealing with, how would
Yeah.
that, you feel bad about that? All right, anybody else? I know I had a bunch. You name again your name.
Letitia.
Letitia. It's the same kind of question.
Yes.
If that negative experience that you had, or a negative experience you caused from somebody affected their day, how would it make you feel?
That would make me feel terrible.
And you, same question. You have a negative, you're dealing with the public, you got a bad day, and it causes a negative impact on the person you're dealing with.
Yeah, I feel horrible.
You feel horrible. And you, sir?
Same.
Sorry, what was your name again? Chris? Chris. You said you would feel bad if that did have a negative impact on something. Okay. I think that is the questions that I have, Your Honor.
Any challenges for cause?
Make sure I got.
We would challenge for cause, Mr. Elliott Such, Mr. Joshua.
I can't hear you.
Sorry, Mr. Elliott Such,
Count, give me the juror number, seat number, please.
seat number 3 over here.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor, not based on this testimony.
I would agree based on his responses that he should be excused. Thank you. Juror number 3.
Charlie, now? Cool. Excuse me. Sorry.
Also, Mr. Joshua Walters, that is juror number 42881.
Juror number 1.
Yeah, yes, no, seat number 1.
Juror number 1, you have zero objection?
Yeah, I would object, Your Honor. I don't know that he gave testimony or gave statements that said that he could not be fair and impartial.
I agree. And to the contrary, he stated he could be fair. So that's overruled. Okay, any challenges for cause?
No challenges for cause.
Preempt. Any preemptory challenge?
Are we replacing juror number 3 before we make preemptories?
It's not gonna. No, we're not gonna replace him, so I make preemptories. We're gonna do preemptories for this round and then we're gonna.
I see. A very good job. Thanks.
Yes, Your Honor, juror number 6.
Thank you, juror number 6. You may be excused. Any preemptory yes to this panel?
As to this panel, Your Honor, we would request, just one moment, Your Honor. I'm going to strike 2 and 4, Your Honor.
Thank you. Juror number 2 and 4. You may be excused. Okay, replacing seat number 3. Autumn Brown. We're gonna go to seat number 3. Seat number 2 is gonna be Arthur Lukasoff, thank you.
Sorry, what seat did you say for? Autumn?
Year 3. He's 1 or 2, correct. Here, you're number 2. Lukasoff. And then we have number 4, Christopher Cross. Let's see, number 6. Is that one? Number 6 is going to be Gray Hunt. Well, pretty much want to do it everyone at the same time, but you can follow up, I suppose, Zoom.
I have nothing. No further what here.
Thank you. Any objection, I'm sorry, any challenge for cost?
Yes, say Mr. Hunt, number 6.
Any objection?
I do object. I'm not sure. I don't recall exactly his statements, but it sounded like they may have been limited to the DeWitt police, not necessarily police in general.
Okay. Sir, you believe that you're unable to be fair and impartial?
I believe I could not be.
Okay.
I have problems with.
You may be excused. Thank you. Seat number 6, David Barnaby. Any further voir dire?
Just one question, Mr. Barnaby, because I don't think I heard from you specifically. Do you believe that all the things that I asked about, police being the only witnesses, just interaction with police in general, do you believe that you'd be able to be unbiased and then making a decision in this trial based on the facts that you hear, not the fact that you're only hearing from police?
I don't know. I like other witnesses if we could.
Would that affect your decision?
It might.
It might. Can I pin you down for yes or no?
Yeah.
It would. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, any voir dire?
I know voir dire from here.
Okay, challenge for cost.
Yes, Mr. Barnaby.
I'm not gonna accept the pin down because the reason why, I really didn't like the question. I wanted him to object to it. The reason why is it could affect. You don't know if you can weigh anybody's credibility until you actually heard it. I
would have objected to strike as well.
I recognize that he made a statement that he would like to hear from all. I think every time we have a jury, they want to hear from all. They want to hear from the defendant. But the defendant has the right to remain silent. And so are you saying, sir, juror number 6, that you cannot give a fair and impartial verdict unless you hear from witnesses other than police officers?
No, I'm probably okay with
Okay, okay. So are you able to deliver a fair and impartial verdict based on the testimony given regardless of who testifies today?
That's fine.
Okay, objection as to the, well, there was an objection, but
I would make an objection. Yes,
Okay,
Your
the
Honor.
objection as to the cause is overruled. Any cause for you on this panel?
No cause on this panel, Your Honor.
Preemptory.
None, Your Honor.
Any preemptive?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a jury and panel. For those of you all who waited so anxiously to get your opportunity, I thank you for appearing today, even on the short notice, and for the participation. This is probably the most spirited discussion I've seen during a voir dire in district court. So that's good. You all were candid. You gave good answers. You had good questions. And hopefully this limited time you had here, you learned a little something. So I'm gonna excuse those of you all to go with Ms. Kneeling. The others, I'm going to give you some instruction and then I'll let you have a break for lunch. All rise for the jury that's in. Okay, you can be seated. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been chosen to decide a criminal charge, it should say, by the state of the city of Lansing, not state of Michigan, against one of your fellow citizens. I will now ask you to stand and swear to perform your duty to try this case justly and to reach a true verdict. If your religious beliefs do not permit you to take an oath, you may instead affirm to try the case justly and reach a true verdict. If you, the jury could please stand. And raise your right hand. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm in this action now before the court, you will justly decide the questions submitted to you, that unless you are discharged by the court from further deliberation, you will render a true verdict, and that you will render your verdict only on the evidence introduced and in accordance with the instruction of the court? If you do so, say I do. Thank you. You can be seated. You will get a written copy of my instructions to read, but it won't be until you are dismissed to deliberate. Since no one can predict the course of the trial, these instructions may change, and at the end of the trial, I will provide you a copy of my final instructions for your use during deliberations. Now I will explain some of the legal principles you will need to know and the procedure we will follow in this trial. First, the elements of the charges. There's a special instruction here for the elements of the offense of hinder, obstruct, oppose. The defendant is charged with the crime of obstructing official business. To prove this charge, the city must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant hindered, opposed, obstructed, or resisted Nicholas Shading. Obstruct includes the use or threatened use of physical interference or force, or a knowing failure to comply with a lawful command. The defendant must have actually resisted by what she did or said, but physical violence is not necessary. Second, the defendant knew or had reason to know that Nicholas Shading was a police officer performing his duties at the time. Third, that Nicholas Shading was lawfully performing his duties as a Lansing police officer. Let's see, carrying a concealed weapon in this case is charged as carrying knives. To prove this charge, the prosecution must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. No person shall carry a knife having a blade over 3 inches in length, whether in sheath or not, in a public place. And then there's a definition of knife or razor. It says a knife is an instrument having a handle and at least one sharp-edged blade. The blade must be over 3 inches long. time and place, the prosecution must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime occurred on or about May 6, 2024, within the city of Lansing, Ingham County. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means that you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that she is guilty. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The prosecutor must prove each element of a crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove her innocence or to do anything. If you find that the prosecution has not proven every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after a careful and considered examination of the facts and circumstances of this case. A trial follows this procedure. First, the prosecution or the prosecutor makes an opening statement where he gives his theories about the case. The defendant's lawyer does not have to make an opening statement, but he may make an opening statement after the prosecutor makes his, or the defense attorney may wait until later. These statements are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand how each side views the case. Next, the prosecutor presents his evidence. The prosecutor may call witnesses to testify and may show you exhibits like documents or objects. The defendant's lawyers has the right to cross-examine the prosecutor's witnesses. After the prosecutor has presented all of his evidence, the defendant's lawyer may also offer evidence, but does not have to. By law, the defendant does not have to prove her innocence or to do anything or produce any evidence. If the defense calls any witnesses, the prosecutor has the right to cross-examine them. The prosecutor may also call witnesses to contradict the testimony of the defense witnesses. After all the evidence has been presented, the prosecutor and the defendant's lawyer will make their closing arguments. Like opening statements, these are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand the evidence and the way each side sees the case. You must base your verdict only on the evidence. My responsibilities as the judge in the trial is to make sure that the trial is run fairly and efficiently, to make decisions about evidence, and to instruct you about the law that applies to the case. You must take the law as I give it to you. Nothing I say is meant to reflect my own opinions about the facts of the case. As jurors, you are the ones who will decide this case. Your responsibility as jurors is to decide what the facts of the case are. This is your job and no one else's. You must think about all the evidence and all the testimony and then decide what each piece of evidence means and how important you think it is. This includes how much you believe what each of the witnesses said. What you decide about any fact in this case is final. Part of your job in deciding what the facts of the case are is to decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness says. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. However, in deciding whether you believe a person's testimony, you must set aside any bias or prejudice you may have based on a witness's race, national origin, or ethnicity, gender identity, or sexual orientation, or religion, age, or socioeconomic status. There is no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? Does the witness seem to have a good memory? How does the witness look and act while testifying? Does the witness seem to make an honest effort to tell the truth, or does the witness seem to evade the questions or argue with the lawyers? Does the witness's age or maturity affect how you judge his or her testimony? Does the witness have any bias or prejudice or any personal interest in how this case is decided? Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or other influences that affect how the witness testifies? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about all the other evidence in the case? When it is time for you to decide the case, you are only allowed to consider the evidence that was admitted into the case. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I tell you to consider as evidence. The questions the lawyers ask the witnesses are not evidence. Only the answers are evidence. You should not think that something is true just because one of the lawyers asks questions that assume or suggest that it is. I may ask some of the witnesses questions myself. These questions are not meant to reflect my own opinion about the evidence. If I ask questions, my only reason would be to ask about things that may not have been fully explored. During the trial, you may think of an important question that would help you understand the facts of this case. You are allowed to ask such questions. You should wait to ask questions until after a witness has testified, or after the witness is testifying and both sides have finished their questioning. If you still have an important question after this, do not ask it yourself. Raise your hand, write the question down, and pass it to my court officer, who will give it to me. Do not show your question to any other jurors. If your question is not asked, it is because I determined under the law that the question should not be asked. Do not speculate about why the question was not asked. In other words, you should draw no conclusions or inferences about facts of the case, nor should you speculate about what the answer might have been. Also, in considering the evidence, you should give no greater weight to testimony merely because it was given in answer to questions submitted by members of the jury. If you cannot hear something that is said or presented, or if you cannot see a witness or evidence, please raise your hand immediately. During the trial, the lawyers may object to certain questions or statements made by the other lawyers or witnesses. I will rule on these objections according to the law. My rulings for or against one side or the other are not meant to reflect my own opinions about the facts of this case. Sometimes the lawyers and I will have discussions out of your hearing. Also, while you are in the jury room, I may have to take care of other matters that have nothing to do with this case. Please pay no attention to these interruptions. You must not discuss this case with anyone, including your family or friends. You must not even discuss it with the other jurors until the time comes for you to decide the case. When it is time for you to decide the case, I will send you to the jury room for that purpose. Then you should discuss the case among yourselves, but only in the jury room and only when all jurors are there. You must not talk to the defendant, the lawyers, the witnesses, or anyone who may be connected to this case. This means that you may not speak to these individuals even if it has nothing to do with the case. You should be very cautious about speaking to people because you may inadvertently speak to someone connected to this case. This restriction is necessary to avoid even the appearance of any improper conduct on any person's part. If anyone tries to discuss the case with you or in your presence, tell them to stop, explain that you are a juror and that you are not allowed to discuss the case. If they continue, leave. Report the incident to my court staff as soon as you return to the court. When the trial is over, these restrictions no longer apply. When the trial is over, you may, if you wish, discuss the case with anyone. During the trial, do not read, listen to, watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. The instructions I am about to describe are meant to ensure that the parties get a fair trial. In our judicial system, it is crucial that jurors are not influenced by anything or anyone outside the courtroom. Under the law, the evidence you must consider must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because information obtained outside the courtroom does not have these safeguards, it could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. These restrictions start now and continue until I discharge you from service. It is your duty as a juror to decide this case based solely on the evidence you see and hear in this courtroom. You must not consider information that comes from anywhere else. This means that until you deliver your verdict, you must not read, watch, listen to, or receive any information, including opinions or commentary about the case, whether in newspapers, televisions, or radio, the internet, or social media platforms. You must not research any aspect of the case during the trial. This means research using a cellular phone, computer, or other electronic device to search the internet, as well as research with traditional sources like dictionaries, reference manuals, newspapers, or magazines. You must not investigate the case on your own or conduct any experiments concerning the case, including investigation or experiments using the internet, cellular phones, computers, or other electronic devices. You must not visit the scene of any event at issue in this trial. If it is necessary for you to view or visit the scene, court staff will take you there as a group under court supervision. You must not consider as evidence any personal knowledge you have of the scene. You must not share any information about the case by any means, including cellular phones or social media. This means that even if you are not discussing the case with someone else, you may not post any information about the case on social media websites or in any other manner. If you discover that a juror has violated my instructions, report it to my court staff. You may take notes during the trial if you wish, but of course you don't have to. If you do take notes, you should be careful that it does not distract you from paying attention to the evidence. When you go to the jury room to decide your verdict, you may use your notes to help you remember what happened in the courtroom. If you take notes, do not let anyone except the other jurors see them during deliberations. Your notes will not be examined by anyone, and when your jury service concludes, your notes will be collected and destroyed. As you can see, we have selected a jury of 7. After you have heard all of the evidence and my final instructions, I will draw names or numbers, I should say, to dismiss one jury to form a jury of 6. Possible penalty should not influence your decision. If you find the defendant guilty, it is the duty of the judge to fix the penalty within the limits provided by the law. I may give you more instructions during the trial. After all the evidence has been presented, you will hear the lawyer's closing arguments. Following the closing arguments, I will give you additional instructions about the rules of law that apply to this case. You should consider all of my instructions as a connected series. Taken all together, they are the law you must follow. After my final instructions, you will go to the jury room to decide on your verdict. A verdict must be unanimous. That means that every juror must agree on it, and it must reflect the individual decision of each juror. It is important for you to keep an open mind and not make a decision about anything in the case until you go to the jury room to decide the case. You must not let bias, prejudice, or public opinion influence your decision. Each of us may have biases or perceptions about other people based on stereotypes. We may not be fully aware of some of our other biases. Take the time you need to test what might be automatic or instinctive judgments and to reflect carefully about the evidence. I caution you again to avoid reaching conclusions that may have been unintentionally influenced by stereotypes. You must reach your own conclusions about this case individually, but you should do so only after listening to and considering the opinions of the other jurors who may have different backgrounds and perspectives than yours. Okay, there is right at the top of the hour. I'm going to give you 45 minutes to have lunch. There are some locations down there on the main strip for those of you who are unfamiliar with the downtown area. You need to be back in the jury room, which is right here to your left, by 1:45 so that we can begin opening statements and testimony properly. And then if you have any questions you can speak with Yolanda about those questions about getting into that room, or there's a restroom in there. That room is also locked. Other than that, you're not to discuss this case or the nature of this case with anyone. You're not really to talk to anyone because inadvertently you may discuss or have a discussion with someone who's connected to this case. So even when you're in the hallways, you'll be wearing a sticker that identifies you as a juror, okay? Again, that room back there will be locked. If you don't want to go downtown, you can stay in there during the next 45 minutes. All rise for the jury. Lynette Farr.
Yes, this is Lynette.
You have a case number?
I'm with William Vandervest. I'm the property manager for Riverfront Apartments.
I'm gonna put you in a private meeting room. I
Okay.
think you got a request already.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, back on the record in the matter of the people of the city of Lansing versus Keisha Tyson. Jury is back. Are we ready to call them in and proceed?
I have one preliminary issue, well, not issue.
Not
We have 3 videos that we want to enter as exhibits. Fence would stipulate to those, so I'd like to enter exhibit, cities exhibits 1, 2, and 3. So we'll have to deal with that.
That's right, and they're, yes, and they're just body cam footage that does not include what we previously discussed to be excluded.
It's submitted by stipulation. Any other preliminary matters? Okay, we'll bring the jury in.
That sounded a lot worse than it was.
One there in the
And
corner.
sideways. Just what I need. What's a little TBI, right?
All right, the jury. Please be seated. And you should have notepads and pens there available for your notes if you wish. And we're going to proceed with opening statements.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Patrick Abood. I'm Assistant City Attorney for the City of Lansing. Met my co-counsel here, Mr. Brandon Waddell, during quad year before we broke for lunch. As you heard from judges, the 2-count charge, one being a opposed obstruct an officer in their official duty, and one defendant carrying a knife on. Throughout this trial, you're going to hear testimony from some Lansing Police Department officers, as well as see some footage from their body worn camera. In that, once all the testimony has been entered and the proofs have been entered, it'll be very clear that in fact these officers were on scene having an interaction with the defendant in which they gave lawful commands that she disobeyed, disregarded. We further see that upon that investigation of this incident, that knife was discovered that was well over 3 inches up in her possession. Further, in the city of Lansing and Frandor, where this occurred, we have our ordinances that control what people can and can't do. keeping people safe by not allowing them to walk around with large knives, and having some peace when you have interactions with police officers, both to keep our officers safe and individuals in the city safe. And in this interaction, both of those were breached. And at the end of the trial here, when we stand up, I'll ask you for one thing on both of these charges: guilty on both charges. That's not just in the interest of the city, but in the interest of justice here. Thank you.
You're fine.
Very good. Good afternoon, members of the jury. I hope everyone had a great lunch. My name is Jack, and I represent the defendant in this matter, Miss Vikisha Tyson. Vikisha Tyson here sits before you charged with 2 misdemeanor offenses under the city ordinance. One that prohibits the carrying of a knife over 3 inches, and one that prohibits a individual from interfering with, obstructing, resisting police officers. The picture that's been painted in opposing counsel's opening statement is fairly black and white to the point, and it lacks the sort of reality that I think we all encounter as we go about our day in the city of Lansing, especially in the Frandor Shopping Center. And it's important that this jury gets the full picture. What you're going to hear today is the testimony and some body cam footage from 3 officers. And what you're going to hear is that they allegedly were responding to an assault. No assault occurred. In fact, at no point does anybody that they speak to say that an assault was occurring. It's a false allegation. And it was a false allegation raised by an individual who you will never see here today in this courtroom, and whose name we don't even truly know, because the police did not bother to do an investigation into the other person they spoke to that day, because they had an issue with my client, because my client was disrespectful to the police. And for the sin of not wanting to be hassled by the police, she is here before you today. And we need to consider, as you go through this, what this other woman had, what this other woman had done to get herself involved in this matter, and why she's not here today. You will hear multiple crimes that that woman committed compared to the no crimes that my client did. The police had ample ability to arrest that woman for far more serious crimes than the crime which they arrested my client for, which candidly did not really even occur. There's 2 important things you have to look at when you look at these 2 charges. One, did the officer act lawfully? And was his actions lawful under the circumstances? If it was not, then you have to return a verdict of not guilty. If the officer did not give a lawful command, or if the command that was given didn't fit the lawful nature of his business that day, which again was to investigate an assault and other related crimes, then it's not guilty verdict. The other offense is this carrying of a knife. And what you will hear today is the truth that this knife was not on my client's person. She wasn't holding it strapped. She wasn't carrying it in a sheath. She had it in a bag because it's a kitchen knife that she was transporting from one place to another. Under the ordinance that the city has charged, if you were moving apartments and you had a knife in your bag while you were moving from one apartment to the other, you too could be charged. If that comports with your notion of justice, as opposing counsel said, well, then that's a guilty. But we selected all of you very carefully, and it seemed like it was very quick. But we selected you all very carefully because we believe that all of you have a sense of justice that comports with the reality of what it's like to live in the city of Lansing and to visit occasionally the Frandor Shopping Center. At the end of this, I'm going to talk to you guys again, and I'm going to ask that each and every one of you find my client, Ms. Vikisha Tyson, not guilty of these charges.
You call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Officer Mueller to the stand.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under the penalty of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat. Please state your name and spell it.
Patrick Muller, Patrick, that's in Muller, Muller.
Take a seat also.
Thank you. Muller, what do you do for a living?
I'm currently a sergeant in the Lansing Police Department.
Sergeant, what Lansing Police Department, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've been working there for how long?
For 9 years last week.
Congratulations. Good stretch. So quick math. May 6th of 2024, you were employed with the city of Lansing in the police department.
Yes, sir, I was.
Very good. And on that day, May 6th, 2024, were you working?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what type of work were you doing that day?
I was assigned to patrol as an officer, and I had a recruit with me. I was a field training officer with a new officer who was still in training there with me.
And at some point, you were dispatched to the Frandor Shopping Center?
Yes, sir.
And what brought you there?
Dispatch had received 2 calls in reference subjects fighting on a bus, and it sounded like the bus driver had gotten those people off of the bus and left them outside of a store there.
Okay. The cattle bus, so you received the call, you get there, and you arrived there. Were you the first on the scene for the department?
No, I was not. There was another officer that had made the scene before.
And when you arrived, what were you observing?
So when I arrived, myself and Officer Shading were assigned to the same vehicle that day. So I was in the passenger seat. He was driving because he was a training officer. When I arrived, K9 Officer Pellegrino was there. He had a female who was sitting on the ground and then another female who was standing up, and they seemed to be the people that were the subjects of the call.
And now the Frandor is a fairly large shopping center. Do you recall in the vicinity of where it was?
Probably the nearest major store would be Kroger.
And were the subjects that you spoke of on the sidewalk, where were they located in?
Yeah, on the sidewalk, the walkway area in front of the store.
And did you have interactions with either of those people?
Just one.
Just one. And do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
And do you know that person's name?
With Keisha, I believe, Tyson.
And could you point that person out and identify them by something they're wearing?
Yep, the defendant there in the jean jacket.
Honor, I'd like to submit for identification purposes.
Any objection to identification? So noted.
And then you had interaction with the defendant here?
I did.
Okay, and how did that go?
So like I said, Officer Pellegrino was there first. He was speaking with the defendant, and I walked up and I started listening to the conversation. I interjected because they seemed to be going back and forth, not getting anywhere, and I asked for the defendant to provide her ID. She said she would, so I told Officer Pellegrino to go walk back to my recruit, Officer Shading, because he was speaking with the other half. It sounded like we were building a rapport with the defendant and I.
So there was 2 people when you got there. Were you talking to them separately?
Correct. I only spoke with the defendant, and Officer Shading took the other party, behind me. I'm not exactly sure if there was my back.
Okay, so you had primary interaction with the defendant here. And you were doing an investigation based on the complaints that you received through dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And what were you concerned with after hearing those complaints and why you were out there?
The dispatch details were a bit vague, so we didn't know exactly, but it sounded, there was 2 subjects who were at least fighting on the cattle bus and had been kicked off the cattle bus. So at the very minimum, sort of possible assault complaint was my initial thought.
And in your interactions with the defendant or what you had observed, how was her demeanor?
Not entirely cooperative. We were kind of argumentative back and forth, at least the interaction that I observed with Officer Pellegrino.
And that day, I know you spoke of it, you arrived with your trainee or recruit, excuse me, was that a marked vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And were you in full uniform?
Yes, sir.
And was everybody on scene that you saw in full uniform?
Yeah, all the police officers on scene were in full police uniform.
You in particular, were you wearing a body cam that day?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, was it in good working order?
Yes, sir.
And now this did occur a little over a year ago. Your recollection versus what would be on that camera, would you defer to what the video footage for any discrepancies?
Yes, sir.
Would that be a fair statement that what was recorded might more accurately depicted if there wasn't any discrepancies? And in preparation for this, have you reviewed any of your body camera footage?
I did, sir.
And after that incident on May 6th of last year, did you author a report?
I did, later that night.
Okay. Very good. At this point, I'd like to show a portion of your body worn camera footage. This is, for the record, People's Exhibit number 2. I believe we're going to show it through Zoom. Waddell is going to be my camera coordinator here, to the best of our ability. Bear with us. This is from the beginning.
Are you muted?
Yeah, leave it on this end. It'd be the first 30 seconds are muted just for the backup on a dash cam. Make sure this is working before we get too far into it.
Are you muted? You're not muted. Did you share sound when you came into the Zoom room? Or when you quick share, you had to share sound. So if you did, exit out of the share and start all over, and then share screen, and then click share sound.
Share sound.
I'm gonna pause it just here briefly. This is at timestamp 32 seconds into video. Sergeant, does this video look familiar to you?
Yes, sir, it does.
Does that appear to be your body camera footage from the day in question, May
Yes.
6, 2024?
Yes, sir, that is.
Okay.
I'm a lesbian. I want her. I'm a lesbian. Go talk to him right there. If I was a lesbian on earth, I call you guys. Okay. I appreciate it. This is I call him but I'm complaining.
Briefly here, sorry for my bar across the bottom, but it appears there's a person sitting to the right and then another person and then two officers. Can you identify who we see in the frame here?
So the officer on the far left, that's Officer Nick Shading. He was my trainee there. I do not know who the person, here's a yellow jacket is. And then Officer Pellegrino is the officer in the middle for the right, standing, and then the person sitting down on the sidewalk there is the defendant, Ms. Tyson.
Thank you.
I guess she was 5 nights ago. She got beat up under the bridge. Also rehab. I was smoking or whatever. Well, we came here yesterday. And
I'm not asking you questions, I'm asking for your ID.
I'm trying to answer something's wrong.
Can I have your ID, please?
I don't even understand. Why do I stay right here?
Can I have your ID, please?
This lady is crazy.
Keisha, for the 7th time, can I have your ID, please? Why?
No, I didn't do that to her. Somebody else did that.
Nick, take her further down. Can I have your ID, please?
No.
Why? Why?
Because you asking me like that.
I asked you 7 times. I said please every
Not
single time.
asking me nicely.
I said please every single
The
time.
fuck no, you ask people nicely.
Ma'am, can I please have your ID?
I don't even know how they train you in the academy or what the fuck, but that was rude as fuck.
Okay, can you give it to him then?
Can you talk to me? I just walked up. I don't know what's going on.
He asked me for my identity.
May I please have your ID?
I'll give you my ID.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Fuck him.
That's fine. You don't have to.
He's an asshole.
Yeah, you can talk to me. That's fine.
Fire him off the academy.
Okay.
Like, period.
So what happened today, ma'am? It's good. You can go make sure he's good. I'm here.
And stopping here at timestamp 2 minutes and 19 seconds in. Can you describe what just happened there? It seems.
So the reason I was standing kind of back is I was trying to let my recruit make contact with that other person so he could get the experience. So I'm trying to watch both at the time. Obviously, my attention got drawn to where the defendant was sitting because I could hear the back and forth. So I went up and just as someone sometimes just needs a new face. So I went up, asked for the ID, and it sounded like we were going to have a little bit better of an interaction. So I told Officer Pellegrino to go, hey, go back and watch my recruit, make sure he's okay while I try and move forward with this investigation.
Thank you.
Wow. You're good. You can talk to me. You're good, ma'am. You can just talk to me. It's all good.
This crackhead.
Can I please have your ID though, ma'am?
No, nobody can have my ID.
Okay.
I didn't do nothing to get hurt.
All right. Well, hey, ma'am, you're not free to leave right now.
Oh, I am.
You're not free to leave.
I am.
All right. Go ahead and put your hands behind your back, then. You're not free to leave.
No, I'm not.
You're not free to leave. Turn around. Put your hands behind your back.
Don't.
Put your hands behind your back now.
For what?
Put your hands behind your back.
For what?
Because I told you you're not free to leave. You're not giving me your ID.
What?
Well, because I told you weren't free to leave, and then you started walking away.
So we clearly hear you say she's not free to leave. Why was that at that point?
Because at that point, we're still investigating a possible assault complaint. We don't still quite know exactly why we're there. We need to identify who's involved to figure out who the accused to is the victim, if there is either. So we need to identify people. We had a call about a possible fight, so we need to see. I don't know if I'm talking to a victim or an accused or even a witness, but at that point, for our investigation to move forward, I needed her to remain on scene.
And in an investigation of assaultive nature, generally speaking, is it practice to get everybody's information and maybe detain them briefly just to figure out what's going on before you let people start walking away?
Generally speaking, yes.
No. Hey. Now I'll just find your ID. For failing to obey a lawful order.
For what?
For failing to obey a lawful order.
Face the wall.
Anything on who's gonna stick in the company's gonna mean anything? Alright, I'm gonna catch you down real quick, okay?
pause it there again. Timestamp 3 minutes, 23 seconds. It appears you picked something up off the ground. Can you let me know what that was?
It was a black bag.
Do you have any indication to know whose that was at that point?
The defendant's.
And how did you know that?
Just based on that's the bag she was carrying.
She was carrying it.
Yeah.
You have any knives, anything? I don't even have any feelings right now. What? I was just trying to go cash my check. I was just trying to go cash my check. That's all I was trying to go do. You see, that's all I'm trying to go do.
Well,
Cash my check.
You see, all I was trying to do was get your ID.
And this crackhead is trying to get money up for me. That's all she's trying to do. I'm trying to protect myself from her. And y'all apprehended me.
What's your name, ma'am?
Tyson.
Thank you. That's all it had to be.
I got 3 books coming out right now. No criminal society, bro. I'm not. I'm a millionaire, bro. Check my name.
I'm trying to.
You good? Check my name.
Yeah, let's just go put her in the back seat until we can figure out what's going on. You just want to double lock those? I don't think I had the chance to. Hold on 1 second, Patricia.
You're good.
You need a key.
I hope you happy. This is what all the haters want to see. And I don't do nothing. I don't do nothing.
Hey, come on over here.
If I go to jail,
Stop. It's not helping. Just keep going.
for nothing? Like absolutely nothing. I go to jail for nothing. Oh man, and I'm apprehended. I mean, get up. Right now you're just detained. I'm detained for nothing. We'll find out exactly what's going on. I'm detained for nothing. I know this is something I can't do. No, but Lord, if you let me.
You just go out and pick up your wall.
I am going to pause it here and I'm going to move forward a little bit. Hopefully that is okay. Defense counsel, they're doing some preliminary, just sitting in the car. There's scoring or something. Yeah. This is at timestamp 6:30.
This was exhibit 2.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to restart the video at 11 minutes, 47 seconds.
For failing to ID, and then also hinder and oppose. Hinder and oppose?
Yeah, because you can't walk away from me while I'm trying to do my investigation. When
No, I'm trying to tell you what's going on, and I'm trying to cooperate with you.
You're not.
But no, you gotta hear it. You gonna, baby, y'all can take me to jail.
Yeah, we are.
No, she gonna just walk away with all my stuff. Y'all gonna let her walk away with all my stuff.
What stuff is yours, man?
No, my ID.
I have
no,
your ID.
no, I know
have
my
your bag.
ID. No, my ID, my bag,
I have it.
everything. No, everything.
I have your ID and your bag.
No, my
Where this
check,
done
my
with?
check. I was
Where
just
is
fixing
your
the
check?
cash. No, she got my check.
Where
That's
is it?
all I was going to do. The Kroger's
Grab
was
a
go. That's why the
Grab a
crackhead
seat.
wanted
Hold on,
me.
well, grab a seat. I'm
She,
not done yet.
and so
Oh, okay. Here, ma'am.
y'all
Who's over here?
apprehend me.
Okay.
Yeah, and then she get walk away my check. No, go get her for my check. Please, go get her for my check.
Give me 1 second. I can
Please, can you go get her for my check? She's walking away.
I see.
She just did what she did. And then I'm going to jail. I don't care about going to jail.
Go and grab a seat, man. I'll look for your check right now. What's your check look like?
I don't need to go to jail for what? What? You're trying to walking away. No, you got all my stuff in your bag. There's not no reason of changing somebody. It's just not.
You're about to catch a felony.
It's just not. No.
Get her in the car.
Come on now, y'all not gonna get her for my
Get in the car.
Get her for my
Put your foot inside the car.
She just told y'all freaking crackhead story.
Yeah. That's the keys. Jesus Christ. Sorry. My Lord Patrick. Stab myself in the pelvis. I don't know what's taking off.
Follow for you from facility West Elegant. You may contact with Key or since the PPO violation is from the nurse.
Good?
Yeah.
Here you go. Pull a number and go downtown.
I was gonna say, you wanna check on R&O or?
We can.
I'm gonna stop it there at timestamp 15:03. Once again, court circuit, that is People's Exhibit number 2. Sergeant Muller, we just watched a pretty good, 10 or so minutes. At some point, you are going into her bag. It looks like on the hood of your police vehicle, kind of in this still frame that we see here. And then you walk back to the rear door. Why did you walk back to the rear door?
So she kept on mentioning a check beforehand, and so she's arrested at that point. So she's under arrest at that point. She talked about a check. So I go back just to see if I could find the check in her bag, and I was going to see if that would calm her down. So, hey, your check's right here. So I'm looking for that. I hear a commotion to my left, and I turn my head, and I can see Officer Shading and her kind of going back and forth in that door frame there. And so that's when I came back around to that car, and we had to use a little bit of force to shove her down into the vehicle. Into the seat of the vehicle.
And then once you had the defendant secured at that point, did you go back to the bag?
Yes, that's correct.
And you searched that bag?
Correct.
And what did you find in that bag?
I found it's called a kitchen knife with a wooden handle and a metal blade.
Do you know about how long that was?
Approximately 6 inches.
We did see that on your body camera, correct?
Correct. You can see me remove it from the bag.
Did you find anything else in that bag? No.
Nothing of note.
Looked like some papers and some other. Was there any moving supplies? Boxes, tape?
No, not my recollection.
Padding, a knife sheath?
Not my recollection.
Was there a fork?
Not my recollection.
A spoon?
Not my recollection.
Fork?
Not my recollection.
Plates?
Not
so this was the only piece of cutlery or anything that would have to do with eating?
Yes, sir, that I found of note.
Okay. And there was no moving supplies?
Not that I recall.
And to your interaction, to your memory, did you recall her saying that she was possessing this knife?
No, I don't believe she mentioned it to me.
I do believe in the video, I didn't pause it there, but I believe, like.
Are you asking a question?
I will. I'll rephrase. Thank you.
Did you ever ask her if she had any weapons on her?
I don't believe I did. I believe another officer did.
Won't ask you the following. And you spoke just a moment ago and said that she was under arrest. Who made that arresting choice? Who placed her under arrest?
I believe I did, sir.
Okay.
Or at least maybe a conversation with my recruiter. I don't remember in particular.
And the grounds for that arrest at that time?
Was because when in our first interaction, kind of the first portion of the video, when I'm telling her that she's not free to leave, I gave her 2 lawful orders that you're not free to leave, you're not free to leave. And she stands up and begins walking away. And I believe she said, I am, and started walking away. That's when I escorted her to the wall and placed her in handcuffs. So that was that interaction with the effects.
Please forgive me, I have to double back on something. And this was still in the Frandor shopping area that we've seen?
Yes, sir.
And that is in the city of Lansing?
Yes, sir.
And now after she was under arrest, we go through her bag, you attempt to find that check. At any point, did you confirm that that bag was hers?
Because her ID was found inside the wallet in the bag, so I believe that's her bag, yes.
And any of the, I didn't see it on the video, but any of those papers in there have any identification bearings on them?
Not to my recollection, a year later.
I don't think I have anything further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Miller. Just have a couple questions to follow up on your testimony. But first, if possible, counsel, can you just continue playing this video for probably about 10 or 15 seconds?
All right.
Right now, bro. With all my shit.
Now, Sergeant Wheeler, we just watched as you put the bag in the back of your police car, correct?
Yes, sir.
And after that, it was transported to the booking sheriff's department?
To our LPD lock.
LPD lock.
Building, yes.
And did at any point you dump the remaining contents of the bag?
I'm not sure if I did in particular, but someone does go through the bag during the booking process.
And you had a chance to review all the police reports in this matter, correct?
I reviewed my police report, yes.
And does your police report mention the inventory of what was found in the bag?
I did not inventory the bag. No.
So to your knowledge, at no point were the contents of the bag inventoried by the Lansing Police Department?
I did not, I can't say that it didn't happen during the booking process, but I did not.
But you don't have any knowledge?
Correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, the only item that was found in that bag that was inventoried and cataloged was the knife?
Correct. That's the only item that I recall. My recruit and I tagging.
Okay. And we couldn't really see what was in the bag here on the body cam footage, correct?
Yeah, it's a little grainy, a little jumpy.
Yeah, so it was dark too, right?
Correct.
So your testimony about what wasn't in the bag to counsel's extensive list of other possible utensils, one of that wasn't seen on the body cam, correct? Sorry, let me rephrase. Your testimony regarding the other possible utensils, that was from your knowledge, that was from your memory of this event, correct?
Yeah, correct. I do not recall finding any other utensils in that bag.
And that was a year ago, so.
Yes.
Okay. When I cut back a little bit earlier to kind of when you first got on the scene, that other woman that was there, you said you didn't know who she was?
I do not know.
Okay, and you don't today know who that is?
No, sir.
And in your report, you don't mention her name?
I don't mention her name.
You testified that it's important when you're investigating an assault to figure out who everybody is, correct?
Correct.
That's why you asked for my client's ID, correct?
Yes, sir.
And despite that, you never identified this other woman.
Yeah, I don't believe I spoke to her during this interaction at all.
Okay, but to your knowledge, regardless, you don't have any report that mentions her name.
I do not know.
And is it common practice for when the Lansing Police Department investigates an assault to really only speak to one possible person?
Objection irrelevant. I don't really see how this is relevant to the charge that we're here.
Do you want to respond to that?
Well, the question is, Your Honor, whether he was acting lawfully. I'm asking whether it's essentially lawful official business to not fully investigate a alleged assault.
I think it's relevant. That's why it's supposed to be the basis of the call and the investigation. And under the law, you're asking for an ID, it has to be a lawful investigation. The objection's overruled.
Thank you.
But off the record, give me 2 seconds.
All rise.
You can be seated. See you. Yes.
Very good. You testified, Sergeant, that when you first arrived on that scene, you didn't know whether you were dealing with a victim or a suspect. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did you ever determine whether you were dealing with a victim or a suspect? For the assault.
Oh, for the assault? No, I did not believe we determined there was an assault that took place.
Oh. So you really never got to the bottom? You never got to the bottom of whether an assault took place?
Yeah, I do not believe that. We never arrested anyone for an assault.
Okay. When my client is being forcefully put into the back of the police cruiser, she has some serious distress over this check. Is that correct?
Yes, she repeatedly asked for the check.
And we've seen this video, but she's telling you that this other woman has the check. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you go and call out to the woman to stop?
I did not know.
Okay, so just to be clear, Ms. Tyson is telling you that the woman has some of my belongings and you permitted her to just walk away.
I do not know whether or not she has a check, but my priority at the time is dealing with Ms. Tyson.
Assuredly, and assuredly, Ms. Tyson being your priority, she's handcuffed and most of the way into the back of the police cruiser, correct?
Correct.
And still, you didn't call out to ask that woman to stop leaving.
No, sir.
So I want to clarify, we hadn't figured out yet whether an assault had occurred. And my client wasn't free to leave at that time, correct? That was why you initially handcuffed her.
Correct. She was not free to leave.
And at that point later, when she's in the back of the cruiser shouting about her check, we still haven't figured out whether an assault has occurred. And that other woman is free.
So Officer Pellegrino had spoken.
Just a yes or no question, correct?
I'm sorry?
Yes, was that a yes or no question?
That was a yes or no question.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So at that later, when my client is in the back of the car, you still have not figured out whether an assault has occurred and you're permitting that other woman to leave.
I spoke with Officer Pellegrino. He advised that an assault hadn't occurred when he spoke to that other female who was there.
Okay.
Your client had asked for a lawyer multiple times. That's why we did not question her any further when she was in the back of the vehicle.
Okay, and why? And you did not question her further because she asked for a lawyer?
Correct.
Okay, but there was a moment prior to that where, and you can kind of see it on the body cam footage, where your recruit trainee, I'm not sure exactly what the role would be, your recruit was telling my client that he's not asking her any questions, so she doesn't need a lawyer. Is that correct?
I did not recall that. Okay.
And so regardless of the investigation of the assault, my client is telling you that this woman has her property, correct?
That is what she's saying. Yes.
And regardless of that, you still allowed her to walk away.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And You then go into her bag, believing that my client is simply mistaken about where her check is.
Correct. I was seeing if I could find it, to see if it was on there.
Right, but you didn't shout out to the other woman in case it wasn't in the bag, right?
Correct.
So if it wasn't in the bag, which it wasn't, you've now allowed this.
Objection, Your Honor. I mean, speculation, or excuse me, foundation, and there's been no testimony as to where this check was. To say that it clearly wasn't in there.
Your objection is to foundation about his statement that the check was not in the bag?
Correct.
Didn't your witness testify that he looked at the bag, to see if the check was in there?
I mean, I don't think he's established that he did.
That was his testimony, that he looked in there so he can find her check, I thought is what he said. So I think he can answer, the check was in there. He looked through her bag. So I allegedly found a knife. Check is a rule.
So look into the bag, you don't find the check. And you're allowing the woman who my client says has the check to walk away. That's correct.
Is that a question?
Is that correct?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. Just a moment. Sergeant Mueller, at a point that's not in this video we just watched, but later in this incident, did you have occasion to test the blood alcohol content of my client?
I'm not sure if I did particularly, but she was given a PBT.
She was given a PBT. Do you recall what the results of that PBT were?
I believe 0.1, or excuse me, 0.316.
0.316. And in your training experience as a law enforcement officer policing the streets of Lansing, is that a high amount of alcohol content?
It's about 3.5 times the legal limit.
And so, kind of seeing her behavior here today, the way that she interacted with you guys, does that sort of make some more sense now as to her belligerent attitude?
Yes, it would make sense.
Okay. And so knowing that she was severely intoxicated, does that, I'm not gonna say excuse, but kind of explain some of her confusion as to what was going on with her personal belongings and this other one?
I agree with your statement, she's severely intoxicated.
And can somebody that's severely intoxicated, can that impair their ability to understand a lawful command?
They can.
Okay. I don't have any further questions for this one.
Yes, sir. Thank you. You were there, and we've seen it on the body cam. There was other officers on the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this was an assaultive crime that you were investigating?
Yes, we had gotten called about a potential fight on a cattle bus.
And I believe it was your testimony earlier that you had the two parties that the police were interacting with separated at this point, correct?
Correct. As you can see, when I arrived with my recruit, Officer Shading, I'm kind of stepping back. Officer Pellegrino's to the right with the defendant, and then Officer Shading's with the other female. When I walk up to Officer Pellegrino to interject in that conversation, you can even hear, excuse me, Officer Pellegrino tells Officer Shading to get back a bit further so we can keep them separated.
Okay. And we watched that body camera footage. You never really had interaction with this other woman throughout this whole thing, correct? Of any substance, correct?
Not of any substance.
Okay. And so in your years dealing with intoxicated people, did that hinder their judgment? I believe it was your testimony.
Yes, intoxication can hinder judgment.
And intoxication can be, let me rephrase that. When dealing with somebody who's intoxicated, that's usually of their own free will, correct?
Objection leading.
Do you want to respond to it?
I'll rephrase.
Thank you.
Let's shift here for a moment. The inventory check that you didn't do a full inventory check, correct?
No, you can see that I secured the bag and put it in the back of the car.
So I understand that your testimony was that you didn't see that check immediately, but in the inventory check, you're not aware of what was fully inventory, correct?
I do not know what was inventory.
Okay.
from your recollection, what she testified to today. The other officers on the scene, did you speak to them after they spoke with this other woman? I believe Mr. Pellegrino was, or Officer Pellegrino.
I did speak with Officer Pellegrino.
And I believe your testimony was that he said there was no assault of crime, sorry.
Yeah, at least from my understanding, when speaking with Officer Pellegrino, he's advised that that other individual is not advising of it to being the victim of an assault.
Objection to hearsay.
I believe, Your Honor, that he could testify to what he was told by his officers during the course of this investigation. I mean, I think he's
To be
making.
an offer for the truth of the matter asserted.
Yes, Your Honor. Withdraw.
Objections.
Thank you.
But it's. You didn't object to the other woman walking away, bring her back. Was that was your testimony?
Correct, I let her walk away, or I didn't stop her from walking away.
I have nothing.
Is this witness speaks for you?
Yes, Your Honor, recross, sir.
Sorry?
Yep, no recross.
Any questions from the jury for this witness before we excuse him? No questions, okay. Thank you, Sergeant, you may be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's why I'm not.
You can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Officer Shading.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under the penalty of perjury?
I do.
You can have a seat. Please state your first and last name and spell both.
My name is Nicholas Shading. First name of Nicholas, Nicholas. Last name of Shading, Scheading.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Officer Shading, it's pretty apparent from your apparel today, but what do you do for a living?
I am a police officer with the Lansing Police Department.
And were you working for the police department on May 6th of 2024?
I was.
And were you working that day?
I was.
And what was your role? What was your shift that day?
It was noon shift from 3 p.m. to 1 a.m.
And at some point in that shift in the afternoon, were you dispatched to Frandor Shopping Center?
I was.
And what? Why were you dispatched there?
I was dispatched there in reference to a possible fight on a cata bus. Dispatch advised that there was 2 females who were possibly involved, and they were both off of the cata bus in front of the Kroger within the Frandor Shopping Center.
And so in front of that Kroger, did you make contact with these subjects?
I did, yes.
And do you know the names of either of the subjects?
I do one of them, yes.
And the name of that subject would be?
The defendant, Vikisha.
Should be something with that refresh your memory?
Yes, it would.
What are you showing?
To show the case report here. Hand on the front. Here, please review it when you're refresh your memory. Please look up. Do you recall the individual that you made contact with at Frandor?
Yes.
And their name was?
Vikisha Tyson.
And do you see that person here today?
I do.
And could you please identify that person by something, an article of clothing they're wearing?
She is wearing the jean jacket.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like the court to reflect that Officer Shading has identified the defendant.
Yeah, so noted.
So you make contact there. When you arrive, you driving your marked vehicle?
Correct.
And were you in uniform?
I was.
Full uniform?
Yes.
And does that uniform include a body worn camera?
It does.
And to your knowledge, was that camera in good working order that day?
Yes.
And I believe you said it was there. Whereabouts in the shopping center did this interaction take place?
From what I remember, it was right in front of the Kroger. I would say just off to the right.
And so not in the building, was that on the sidewalk, on the driveway?
On the sidewalk, yes.
Guess at this point, we're going to show people exhibit 3, body worn camera of Officer Shading.
Instead of officer,
Yes,
it's his.
it's his body worn camera. You're going to start it at timestamp 26 seconds.
I'm a lesbian. I'm a lesbian. If I was a lesbian on that, you
I
would
called
be.
you guys.
Okay.
And I appreciate it if y'all can help me. This is I called her my goddaughter, but I'm from Flint. And I guess 3, 4, 5 nights ago, she got beat up under the bridge, called herself relapsing, or smoking or whatever the hell. But we came here yesterday, and the customer service was closed. She tried to cash her check. And something's wrong with her. But she's being very rude and disrespectful.
Are you okay? You need medical attention?
No, I don't need no medicine. What I need to do is get on the bus without her getting me kicked off. When the police I was talking to told me to walk on.
Were you fighting with her?
No, I didn't do that to her. Somebody else beat her up. That's why I'm protecting her.
You got it.
No, I never done. Listen, can you do me a favor? I have a right.
I pause it here at timestamp 1 minute 36 seconds. You were speaking with a woman. Do you know that person's name at this point?
I do not recall.
And it looks like you were given a command, or maybe from one of the other officers, to maybe move away. Is that accurate?
Yes. Yep.
And why were you doing that?
Just so the other female who was sitting on the sidewalk, so that they can't hear my conversation, or that they weren't over talking each other.
If she want to say I stole some stuff, nobody's got to keep it safe. We didn't even go through the store. She only came to go to the customer service because yesterday it was closed. She's drunk, stupid.
You have ID on you.
I don't have ID. I'm the one that called you.
I know, but do you have anything with your picture on it? Anything?
No, I don't.
Nothing? Okay.
I have no reason to call police. And she's following me cussing. I don't want to yell. I paid her way on the bus. And they told us to be quiet. She won't be quiet. And I don't feel like this. But I do need a report.
What's your first and last name?
My name is Beverly Fern Byron.
You spell for me? First name, Beverly.
Fern.
Spell Beverly for me.
B-E-V-E-R-L-Y.
Is she a friend?
She is. I mean no friend. I came here with her.
Are you guys blood related, or
No.
is it just like we're friends
No.
but we call each other sisters?
No. You
guys don't live together?
No.
Okay. Were you assaulted today?
I'm being harassed.
Someone asked you.
No.
Were you assaulted today?
I wasn't, but she was. And that's why that happened.
Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back now. Put your hands behind your back. Because I told you you're not free to leave. You're not giving me your ID. For what? Well, because I told you weren't free to leave, then you started walking away.
No.
Okay. Now I'll just find your ID. For failing to obey a lawful order.
For what?
For failing to obey a lawful
Here,
order.
face the wall. Do you have anything on you that's gonna stick me, poke me, stab me, anything? Alright, I'm gonna pat you down real quick, okay? You have any knives, anything?
I don't even have any feelings right now. Oh my God, he took that with him.
What?
He took it with him. I was just trying to go cash my check.
You're okay.
I was just trying to go cash my check.
Okay.
That's all I was trying to go do. You see, that's all I'm trying to go do. Is cash my check.
You see, all I was trying to do was get your ID.
And this crackhead is trying to get money off of me. That's all she's trying to do. I'm trying to protect myself from her. And y'all apprehended me.
What's your name, ma'am?
Matinski Tyson.
Thank you. That's all it had to be.
I got 3 books coming out right now. No criminal society, bro. I'm not. I'm a millionaire, bro. Check my name.
You good for this? Set her down.
Check my name.
Set her down. Yeah, let's just go put her in the back seat until we can figure out what's going on. Just want to double lock those. I don't think I had the chance. Hold on
Yeah.
one second.
Hold on. You're good.
You need a key.
I got one.
I hope you happy. What all the headers want to see. And I don't do nothing. I don't do nothing.
Let's keep going on this.
If I go to jail,
Stop. It's not helping. Just keep going.
for nothing, like absolutely nothing. I go to jail for nothing. Oh man, and I'm apprehended. I'm in cuffs.
I'm gonna stop the exhibit here, 5 minutes, 39 seconds, and I'm just gonna fast forward for the interest of time here, Your Honor. I'm gonna restart, this is exhibit number 3 at 8 minutes, 30 seconds.
I'm not operating a car or a vehicle.
I know you're not.
Yeah, but Keisha, this is just.
I'm riding on the city bus.
I know. This isn't about anything about driving.
So why do y'all? No, I deny it. I deny it. I deny it. I deny it. I need my lawyer. I need my lawyer. I need my lawyer. I need my lawyer. Y'all not gonna play me. I need my lawyer.
Okay.
I need my lawyer. I need my lawyer.
I'm gonna see if AJ's good.
When I saw her in the bus, I saw somebody else on the man. And I know her old man is on his way on the train in a minute. And they supposed to get married. They call me Miss Mary.
Try it again here for just a moment. Start it again at timestamp 11 minutes, 29 seconds.
Cool.
She has all my information on her. Thank you. Thank you. Take me out of these cuffs.
No, you're not. So right now you're under arrest, okay? So I'm gonna search you now. So you're going to jail.
For what?
For failing to ID, and then also hinder and oppose.
Hinder and oppose?
Yeah, because you can't walk away from me while I'm trying to do my investigation.
No, I'm trying to tell you what's going on, and I'm trying to cooperate with you, but no, you gotta hear it. You gonna, baby, y'all can take me to jail. I'll do it.
Yeah.
No, she gonna say just walk away with all my stuff. Y'all gonna let her walk away with all my stuff?
What stuff is yours, man?
No, my ID.
I have
no, I know my ID. No, my ID, my bag, everything.
I have it.
No, everything.
I have your ID and your bag.
No, my
Where's the
check,
stunner?
my check. I was
Where's
just
your
fixing the
check?
cash. No, she got my check.
Where?
That's all I was going to do. The Kroger.
Turn.
Let's go. That's why the crackheads wanted.
Hold on. Well, I'm not done yet.
And so y'all
You're
apprehend me. Yeah, and then she can walk away my check. No, go get her for my check. Please, go get her for my check. Please, can you go get her for my check? She's walking away. She just did what she did. And then I'm going to jail. I don't care about going to jail.
All right, take a seat.
I'll look for your check.
I don't even know for what. I just get to go to jail for what? For what?
Because we were trying to ID you and you kept walking away.
No, she got all my stuff in her bag. That's not no reason to append or obtain nobody.
Put your foot
No,
back in
it's
it.
just not. It's
Get
just
your
fucking
foot.
not.
Get
It's
your
just
foot.
fucking not.
Get
It's
your
just
foot.
no. It's just
Stay in
fucking
the
not.
car.
It's
Get
just
back
it's just
in the
not.
car. Sit
It's just
down.
not. It's just not. It's just not.
You're about to catch a
It's
felony
just
charge.
not. No.
Get in the car.
Come on now, y'all not gonna get her for my
Get in the
stuff.
car.
Get her for my
Put your
stuff.
foot inside the car.
She just told y'all, freaking crazy.
Let's stop there at timestamp 13 minutes, 50 seconds. Now, officer, you just had some interaction with the defendant in the back of that police vehicle. At that point, was she under arrest?
Yes,
And you told her that verbally.
I did.
And you were securing her in the back of the car. She tried to get out.
She did.
And so what did you do about that?
So when she tried to get out, I saw that she put her right foot in the door frame, so I could not close the door. So at first, I grabbed a hold of her right leg and I lifted it and I tried to assist her leg back into the car. And at that point, she was already pushing against me and trying to push herself out of the vehicle.
At some point, did you get her secured?
Yes, I did. Yep.
And what did you do after that?
After that, we shut the door and then we drove her to the jail.
Did you have discussion or during the investigation with either party, whether the defendant or the other person, about the assault that brought you to the scene?
After we had her secure in the patrol vehicle, I do not exactly.
I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
No, shading. Want to get into a little bit about what you testified about with opposing counsel on this. So you arrived on scene because it was a call for an assault. Is that correct? And upon arrival, you found these two women, correct?
Correct.
And you immediately went to go speak with that woman that was in the yellow jacket, correct? And when you were first asked, you said you didn't know her name.
Correct.
But we saw on the body cam that she did give you her name, correct?
She did, yes.
Yeah, and it was a Beverly and then Fern, and it kind of faded out after that. So you did learn her name throughout this investigation?
I did, yes.
Did you ever run her name in any kind of database to check if she had any kind of warrants or what her status was?
I don't believe I did, no.
And you actually didn't put her name in your police report at all?
I did not.
Is it common practice for you to have contact with the public and not?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation. It's a pretty broad statement that every person that a police officer would encounter would end up in a report.
So would have an independent.
Would end up in a report anytime a police officer has contact with somebody.
Do you want to respond?
I can rephrase it. I don't know that it was overbroad. I mean, there's places for witnesses and victims in every police report I've ever read, but I can hone it down a little bit. Officer Shading, is it common practice for you to not put a possible victim or suspect who you've identified in your police report?
Is it common practice?
In your practice?
If the person is not involved with the crime at the time, I would say.
Okay, and just.
I'm sorry.
No, you're right, you're right. At the time that you arrived, when you took her information, you were investigating an assault, correct?
Correct.
And you had her information and you're testifying that to your knowledge, nobody ran her name or information, correct?
Correct.
And she actually tested.
I'm sorry, objection. I think that's a mischaracterization. He was asked if he ran.
That's correct. I can rephrase.
Thank you.
You did not run her name through me or any other.
Correct. I did not run. I cannot speak for my other officers.
Of course. And fairly quickly in this video, when you meet with Beverly, she tells you that she doesn't, that she was not a victim. Would that be fair?
Yeah.
So you're dispatched to investigate an assault, and one of the two people you see here who you're investigating tells you they're not the victim.
Right.
Would you agree with me? It's a reasonable jump then that the other person?
Objection, Your Honor. I mean, that's speculative. It's a shopping center that has thousands of people in it. There's a vast possibility that that's not immediately making them the assailant. There was no description.
I'm sorry, that you said there's a shopping, it's making who the assailant?
I believe.
The question was about who I assume, because you objected before he finished the last words. I don't know if he was asking about who the assailant was or the victim.
Yeah, I can withdraw if I was jumping to a conclusion.
I'm assuming he was gonna say victim.
That is correct. I was gonna say that the other person.
Was that what you were, or you thought he was gonna say assailant?
I'll withdraw my objection. Thank you, Your Honor.
So to rephrase, so we can get to start that all over.
Yes.
If one of the two people you were investigating for a possible assault tells you that they are not the victim, would it not be a natural conclusion that the other person there is the victim?
Depends on the circumstance, but I would have to interview them.
Okay. And when you interviewed, when you at least tried to speak to Ms. Tyson, she told you she was the victim. Isn't that correct?
I'll be honest, I don't remember exactly what she told me. But she did.
Okay. And in fact, this woman, Beverly, tells you that Miss Tyson was assaulted. It's not clear as to when, but she says that she was assaulted. So you have ample evidence that my client has been assaulted and you were dispatched to investigate an assault.
Correct.
And yet Miss Tyson was the one who ended up being arrested.
Correct.
And you were present when she's shouting about her check, correct?
Yes, I was.
And the check was obviously important to Ms. Tyson.
So yes.
She tells you that this other woman, Beverly, has it.
Correct.
Now you have Beverly's full legal name to the best of your knowledge, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Tyson is telling you that she has her check, which presumably is her property, correct?
Correct. Yep.
Do you ever stop and go grab Miss Beverly?
I did not know.
Did you ever stop to make sure that she made it into your report so that in the event that that was in fact a stolen check, you could have her information in this report?
I did not at the time, mainly because I was assisting Officer Alma.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I see what you have very aggressive for it.
Just a yellow notepad. This is a yellow notepad.
It's a yellow notepad.
I got a yellow notepad. You got a yellow notepad. You got a yellow notepad.
Staple of the industry. So, Officer Shading, how can you be so sure that you didn't arrest the victim in this case?
Because with Mrs. Tyson refusing to give her name and walking away from Officer Mueller, that is a different crime than an assault.
Okay. And regards to the knife, and that was Sergeant Mueller was the one who did the dump of the bag, correct?
Correct.
And discovered the knife.
Correct.
Did you at some point inventory that bag?
I don't believe I did, no.
Okay, who would have been responsible for inventorying the property that was seized that day?
So I did tag in the knife. As far as the other contents of the bag, I know for a fact they were tagged in as personal property. I don't remember if I was the one who did that.
Okay, and if you had been the one to do that, it would have been reflected in this report, because the knife is reflected in this report, correct?
Correct.
That you tagged it. And so if it's not noted in here that you tagged the bag, then you didn't tag it at booking when you were arrested, correct?
I can't remember if I did or not.
If I were to give you your report to review, would it refresh your recollection?
It would not, 'cause I know I didn't put anything in there regarding the inventory of the bag.
So you didn't include anything in this report about what you did with the bag after this incident, right?
Correct.
So the bag was transported back to Lansing Police Department and then just went poof?
I confirm or deny what exactly happened with that.
Okay. And did you perform the PBT test on my client eventually?
I do not remember if I did. I believe the PBT test was eventually conducted at a jail. This is when she officially took the test.
So you don't know who did the test?
I'm assuming it was one of our detention officers.
Okay. Would it have been, again, customary to put that in the report, who did the actual test?
With that, no, if we do it on the road, then yes, we would put that in, but if jail staff does it, we weren't able to do that.
Do you recall what the results of the PBT were?
I do.
Do you remember how intoxicated Miss Tyson was?
Yes, she blew a .316.
And I know you've only, how long have you been on patrol with Lansing?
Year and a half.
Year and a half. So I know that you've only been on for 18 months, but it is the city of Lansing, so I'm sure you've had fair occasion to run into intoxicated persons. Would over a .3, would that impair somebody's ability to comply with lawful command, comply with any commands, let alone a lawful command?
Absolutely.
And knowing that, looking back at this footage and looking at how Miss Tyson acted, does her kind of disrespectful attitude or belligerence kind of make more sense to you?
It does.
Okay. And above all else, Miss Tyson was most concerned about, you would agree with me, most concerned about this check in her personal belongings, correct?
At that point, yes.
Okay. And you as the officer in the city that serves her and her population, did you do anything to alleviate that concern?
At the time,
you didn't find her check?
I did not.
You didn't stop the woman from walking away that allegedly had her check?
I did not know.
Okay. And you didn't investigate any further as to whether my client actually was a victim of an assault?
At that point, no.
Okay. Even though she told you that she was a victim?
Correct.
No further question. No further question from you.
I gotta give the jury a recess because it's extremely hot in here. And it's been an hour and 15 minutes, well, 14 minutes, and I'm, 15 on the dot now. I'm a person of my word. We don't do 2 hours straight. So I'll rise and give you, actually, they need to go downstairs anyway, so they can do that, and then I'll have administration bring you something to refresh yourself. Okay. You're not free to deliberate, just to get some water, something to drink, and then go down to the treasury really quickly. Thank you. You can be excused. Jury back in, I think that's it.
All right, so jury.
Hey, you can be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, when the defendant was yelling about her check, was she under arrest at that point?
Yes. What?
So did you have any obligation to go look for that check?
At that point, I was still talking to the defendant, Mrs. Tyson, and Officer Moore. I don't remember check her bag.
Previous to her being placed under arrest, you had conversations with her, the defendant.
Yes.
And throughout any of those conversations, did she explicitly tell you she was the victim?
If she did tell me on the body cam video, then she did, but I don't remember.
And when you were having a conversation with her, did you notice any wounds or bruises or anything that would be of an assault nature?
Not that I could see it.
And I believe you testified earlier, you've been on the force for about 18 months, is that correct?
Correct.
And throughout that time, have you dealt with intoxicated people?
Yes, absolutely.
Does intoxication allow people to break the law?
Objection.
What's the nature of
Calls
this?
for a legal conclusion.
No, that's fine.
And I can rephrase it, but I don't believe it does call for conclusion, but sure. Like I said, you've dealt with people who are intoxicated.
Correct.
Does that exclude them? Excuse me, let me rephrase it. Do you allow people who are intoxicated to not listen to your commands?
No.
Do the laws of this city and state still apply to them while they're intoxicated? And that intoxication can make them break those laws. Is that correct?
I didn't hear your question. Did you hear your question?
I'll withdraw that question. And I would have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
One brief recross, one question.
Based on his.
Based on his, yes.
Yes.
Officer Shading, can a person that's under arrest still be a victim of a crime?
Yes.
No further questions.
Is there any questions from the jury for this witness? Thank you. Maybe excuse officer.
Thank you.
You can call your next witness.
City would like to call Officer Pellegrino to the stand.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under the penalty of perjury. Thank you. You can have a seat. State your first and last name and spell both.
Officer Armando Pellegrino, first name Armando, Armando, last name Pellegrino, Pellegrino.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Are you employed, Mr. Pellegrino? Yes. And what is the nature of your employment?
The City of Lansing Police Department.
And how long have you been with the City of Lansing Police Department?
Just over 6 years.
Okay. So it's fair to say that on May 6, 2024, you were an employee of the police department. And on that same date, were you working?
Yes.
And you recall the nature of your shift that day?
I'm familiar with this incident.
And during that day, at some point you dispatched to Frandor Shopping Center?
Yes.
And what were you dispatched there for?
The nature of the call was a physical fight on a cattle bus.
And when you arrived, were you in your marked vehicle?
Yes.
Were you in full police uniform?
Correct.
Yes. And did you make contacts with the subjects of this call?
Yes.
Do you know their names of either of those subjects?
There's a female that I did not get her name, and then the other female is, Tyson, directly to my left. here.
And Ms. Tyson is in this room presently, and could you please tell me where she is and identify a piece of clothing she's wearing?
She's diagonal from me with the jean jacket on.
Thank you. For the record, Your Honor, identification of the defendant by this witness.
Objection.
When you arrived, were there other officers on the scene?
Initially, no.
So you were the first officer. Did you, did you speak to the defendant while you were there?
I did, yes.
And how did that conversation go?
She was very uncooperative with the nature of the calling assault. I tried to get her ID. I asked her numerous times for ID, and she refused to do it every time. At that point, I just relieved myself and had Officer Miller, he's now a sergeant, he then took over talking to her.
And while you were speaking with the defendant, did you ask her about this alleged assault that you were dispatched for?
I believe I asked the other female that was standing with her if anyone was assaulted, and that female told me she was not, and then pointed to the defendant and said that she had been assaulted the day before.
With that, you went to talk to the other subject that was on the scene. With ID things. Yeah, at any point after that, did you go back and have any more conversation with the defendant?
Not that I can recall, no.
You said that her demeanor, she was a little bit combative. Is that fair?
Yes.
At some point, your testimony was that you were asking for a license. Did she ever produce the license for you personally?
No.
She did not. And did you ask her more than once for her ID?
Yeah, numerous times.
About how many times?
Like 7 to 8, I believe.
And then you went and spoke to the other women on the scene, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, what were you having a conversation about with this other woman?
Just the nature of the call, with it being an assault, I just asked if she was assaulted. If she was assaulted, she told me no, and then like I said earlier, she mentioned that she was assaulted the day before.
And in speaking with that other woman, did you determine that there was any charges or anything that would be issued against the other woman, not the defendant?
No, no one mentioned anything of an assault, so she was arrested for unrelated charges.
Now, the other woman, were you the last one to talk to her, to your knowledge?
I believe Officer Shading and I both talked to her roughly the same time.
At some point, did you tell her she was free to go? The other one, excuse me?
Yeah.
And that was because you were still conducting your investigation?
Correct.
And throughout that investigation, you determined that there was no assault with the other woman?
Correct. The other woman told me directly that she had not been assaulted, and then Ms. Tyson was uncooperative. In my training experience here in Lansing for the last 6 years, we've been well open to want to cooperate with you. Her refusing to give me her ID 7 to 8 times and then kind of walked away. And if she was a victim, she wasn't trying to report it.
Nothing more at this point, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Pellegrino, you had a body cam on your uniform at this time, correct? And that would be accent body 3, and it has a serial of X60A9624T.
I do not know my body cam.
I assume you guys, swap them out. But if you were to see your body cam footage, would it be familiar to you?
Yeah.
All right, Your Honor, would I have permission to?
Are you in the Zoom room?
I'm about to be. And these were previously stipulated that people don't appear to have offered it, but defense intends to offer it now.
Beat her up, robbed her, she called the police. I'm protected.
All right. And this is your body cam footage?
Yeah.
I'm gonna fast forward.
Hi, Lansing Police. Come here. Come here. What's going on?
Who is this woman we're seeing?
I don't know her name.
You don't know her name, but this was one of the two women you spoke to.
Correct.
This lady is following me. She's drunk.
Where?
You hear? Why here she coming?
Where?
She coming. She around the car.
Don't walk to her. Just
No,
where's she at?
She's around.
On the other side of the cars?
No, she come on.
How do you know her?
I brought her. This is my goddaughter. She's drunk as shit.
She's your.
So she just identified Miss Tyson as her goddaughter. Is that correct?
Yes.
Goddaughter? Where do you guys live at?
I live at 611 74. That should go right there. Please get her.
What happened?
Let her tell.
I'm asking you.
Okay, we in court.
Hey, you want to
She's
know?
very drunk.
Hey,
She's harassing people. She harassed people on the bus. She's going to interrupt me now. And the officer told me to walk away. She's driving.
What's her name? What's her name?
Keisha something.
Keisha, sit down. Sit down on the curb right there.
So she tells you that she's her goddaughter and then immediately tells you that she's not even sure of her first name. We just watched this video with me. So she tells you that this was her goddaughter, and then tells you that she doesn't know her first name or know her last name. But sorry, didn't know her last name. She says Keisha something, isn't that correct?
I didn't hear that part.
Let's rewind it.
What happened?
Let her tell.
I'm asking you.
Okay, we in court.
Hey, you want to
She's
know?
very drunk.
Hey,
She's harassing people. She harassed people on the bus. She's going to interrupt me now. And the officer told me to walk away. She's driving.
What's her name? What's her name?
Keisha something.
Keisha, sit down. Sit down on the curb.
Keisha somebody. That's what you heard, correct?
It's hard to tell what she said, but sure.
So she tells you she's her goddaughter and then gives you immediately conflicting information at your questions. Isn't that correct?
What's the conflicting information?
That she doesn't seem to know her last name. You can listen to it a third time if you like.
I'm telling you that I can't make out what she's saying.
Okay. More time.
What happened?
Let her tell.
I'm asking you.
Okay, we in court.
Hey, you want to
She's
know?
very
Hey,
drunk.
hey,
She's harassing people. She harassed people on the bus. She's going to interrupt me now. And the officer told me to walk away. She's driving.
What's her name? What's her name?
Keisha something.
Keisha, sit down. Sit down on the curb right there.
Did it sound like Tyson?
Does it sound like Tyson? No.
No. So she's giving you incorrect information. So So you would agree with me, she gave you incorrect information?
I'm an objector, Honor. I mean, one, to the relevance, I don't see how this is going to what we're getting at here. And I believe that he's testifying on behalf of.
I think you didn't let him answer the last question that you asked. You said it's incorrect. She's given incorrect information, but I didn't hear him respond.
He didn't hear. He did not.
Okay, and so you are asking a new question, but your objection is to the previous line of question or the new question?
New question.
Which was?
I thought it was fundamentally the same, but I can re-ask.
So your objection as to the relevance, as to the line of question, and as to?
It's as to, he keeps asking this circular question of the person who's not the defendant giving a name of somebody who's incorrect. I don't see how that's relevant to a hinder, oppose, or a knife over 3 inches.
Do you want to respond to this?
Yes, Your Honor. As to the hinder and oppose, it goes towards the nature of the investigation the police were doing. And when this is in the lead up to when they obviously arrest my client. So it's showcasing the lack of investigation that was done on this other woman as to whether or not assault occurred. Earlier in his testimony, Officer Pellegrino said that, well, she told me there wasn't an assault. So I'm suggesting various points along this and his investigation that he should have realized that this woman was not.
I'm going to allow it because at this stage, if this was a situation where they were questioning or asking this line of question to this witness or other person when Ms. Tyson was in the back of the cruiser, my ruling would be different. But at this point, we're trying to figure out if there's an assault or not. So, objections overruled.
Please, sit down. I'll talk to you in a second. Just sit down. Sit right there. Thank you.
I called the police. I was trying to leave her and go to the bus. She said, walk away.
So now she tells you that she called the police, but who were you dispatched by?
I don't recall.
You don't recall who dispatched you. Have you had a chance to review, and you didn't produce a report in this, correct?
That's correct.
Did you review the report of Officer Shading?
Briefly skimmed it.
Okay, if you were to review that again, would this just really the third page of it, which begins the narrative, would that assist you in recollecting who dispatched you to this location?
Potentially, I don't know if I'm comfortable testifying in another report though.
Can you speak up a little bit for me, because I have this fan going on, there's a fan right there, and then this.
Just to refresh your recollection of what caused you to be dispatched here.
Like I said, it was an assault.
Right, I'm, who made the dispatch is the question I'm trying to get to.
I don't.
Okay, if you were to read the report, which indicates who did, would that assist your recollection?
I can look at it in my office report, yes.
May I approach?
Which officer's report was this?
This is Officer Shading's report, and it's just page 3.
Okay, and I think previously that you were saying you weren't comfortable with being refreshed by Officer Shading's report? Is that what you?
I'm overly comfortable testifying to information in a different officer's report if I didn't write it myself.
But I'm not asking him to testify to the report. I'm asking if it would refresh his recollection.
It's not his report, Your Honor. If he's not comfortable testifying to it.
I would agree. I
you're
don't see how
offering it for,
what someone else put in a report supposed to refresh his recollection.
Well, he said that he reviewed it, Your Honor, prior to testifying.
Correct, but that's not gonna that's not gonna refresh his recollection. That's going to tell him what Officer Shading said dispatched. It's not refreshing his recollection.
Okay,
And he's already said on the record that he doesn't feel comfortable with using that to refresh his recollection.
Okay. Very good, Your Honor. Officer Pellegrino, just taking a quick detour. Why didn't you produce a report?
Sure. So like I said, the initial call was an assault complaint. That was unfounded. Both the female seen my body camera right there said she was not assaulted. And then the defendant failed to cooperate with the police with that investigation. So I did not write anything because I did not make an arrest on the charges. So the charges are here imposed in 1903. I myself had nothing to do with those charges.
Okay, but you were still here investigating, correct?
Correct.
And it was through the course of this investigation that Ms. Tyson ended up being arrested. So despite that, you didn't produce even a supplemental report as Officer Mueller, as Sergeant Mueller did.
Right. I've been employed here for 6 years and I'm not involved in that incident for the arresting charges. I would not write something for that.
Okay, so it's common practice in the Lansing Police Department that if you're not
I'm gonna
involved,
object here, Your Honor.
he just
Let
explained.
him finish the question first, and
Thank you, Your
then,
Honor.
So it is
we'll
common
entertain your
practice.
objection.
It is common practice in the Lansing Police Department then for officers who have or only tangentially involved to not even write a supplemental report.
Is there your objection then?
Yes, there is an objection, Your Honor. It's a speculative and it's conclusory. We just.
Your Honor, he previously testified that in his last 6 years that's not how they do things.
I think he said that's not how he does things. Like, did I miscategorize what you said? You said that's not how they do things or how you do things?
It's not how the department as a whole does.
Okay, so your question is, it's not common practice.
In the Lansing Police Department.
It's what he's on speculation because it's what he's testifying. I think he's just trying to clarify and pin him down as to what he's testifying. So the objection's overruled.
Thank you.
You can answer that question.
Is it common practice in the Lansing Police Department for officers who were only tangentially involved in arrests to not even produce supplemental reports for the arresting officers? Simple yes or no?
Yes.
I'm on the bus trying to pay my bill. She came through the back of the bus causing problems. And
What's the issue?
The issue is that she's drunk and I don't want to deal with her anymore.
No,
she's
got
embarrassed.
You stole
Don't let her
liquor out
interrupt
of
me,
Kroger's.
please, because I'm older.
You stole the liquor out of Kroger's. You
Back.
stole the liquor.
So you just heard my client tell you that this woman in the yellow committed a crime, correct? No. Do I need to play? I'll play it backwards.
If you can give me like something to listen for, sure, but it's hard to
Just,
hear.
I completely understand. There's a lot going on. It's the Frandor Shopping Center. go ahead and listen for what my client is interjecting while you're trying to interview the woman in yellow.
I was trying to leave her and go to the bus. She said, walk away from me. I'm on the bus trying to pay my bill. She came through the back of the bus, causing problems. And
What's the issue?
The issue is that she's drunk, and I don't want to deal with her anymore.
No,
she's
got
embarrassed.
You stole
Don't let her
liquor out of
interrupt me,
Kroger's.
please, because I'm older.
You stole the liquor out of Kroger's.
Back.
You stole the
Did you hear the crime now?
Yeah, retail problem.
Right. So you can now hear a new crime is being alleged, correct?
Alleged, yes.
Did you do any investigation in that?
Objection, Your Honor. I can't see relevance to this as an allegation about a deficit, completely separate crime that there was no call on. They're right in front of Kroger. There's not a single, officer or anybody from that building coming out.
I don't think we need to go deep into that, but at this point, I think it goes to his credibility, so I'm gonna allow him to answer that one question.
Thank you, Your Honor. You do answer the question.
You asked it, yeah.
You did not do any investigation on the crime that my client has alleged.
Alleged, no, because he's not the victim of that crime calling us. So typically, like Kroger would call, or like loss prevention would call and say, hey, so-and-so stole property from us without purchasing it.
But no further.
Just one question on this.
Just very one question. Very good.
liquor out of
Let's go
Kroger's
back and call.
and garbage truck.
No.
No, you didn't do
No,
that.
no.
No, you didn't do that.
Can
Look
you
him in the
stop?
eye.
No.
Stop.
No, we didn't even
I'm gonna
go.
talk to you in a second. Stop.
We didn't even go into Kroger's deep. There. She's trying to catch a check, didn't work. I didn't have.
Why are you guys fighting?
Because I'm tired. I want to go away from her.
And she's following you
And
around?
she followed me on the bus and got me too off. The
I'm
police
trying
told
to
me
go catch my
I
check.
don't.
I
Her
can't
baby
Kroger's.
cash her check. I'm
not
tired of
following
babysitting her.
nowhere.
As
This
a
woman is
person.
dressed as
live
a
together?
crackhead.
No,
She's
I
trying
don't
to rob
even
me.
deal with her. She's a fucking
trying to
lesbian or
rob me.
something. I know her people. I want to go home. I got my own house.
she
I
thought
just
she
want to
could
get away
get
from her.
it
I'm not going to.
I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. A lot of this is gonna get extraneous. Okay. So Ms. Tyson is arrested for initially detained for trying to walk away and failure to ID, correct?
For what? No, I wasn't sorry.
Okay.
If you do your check, see, I hadn't seen her in a minute. Her husband is like one of my favorite. He's on his way.
I'm not here for that. Were you assaulted, yes or no? It's not a yes, maybe, I don't know. It's
No.
a yes, it's a very direct question. Were you
No,
assaulted,
sir.
yes or no?
No.
Does she live with you?
No.
Are you related to her in any way?
No.
Do you have any kids in common?
No.
Have you guys ever lived together?
No.
Okay, fantastic. What do you want done?
I want to take her.
She tells you that she hasn't been assaulted. And you kind of went through all the possibilities, whether it was a domestic, whether there was something else going on here. That's correct?
Correct.
And then you ask her what she wants done.
Correct.
Why?
Because she originally said that she's the one that called.
You just established she's not the victim of a crime.
Correct.
Why does she get any say over it?
I'm asking like what her desired outcome would be, and if you continue to play it, you'll see that I directly tell her that I'm not taking her to jail just because she wants me to go to jail.
Oh, okay,
And
but
we stop it at that.
Ms. Tyson does go to jail.
Not because this female says go to jail. She went to jail for her own actions.
Okay, but at this point in time, you're aware that my client has allegedly disobeyed a lawful order, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you knew that she was going to jail.
Objection.
Well, that's
What's the objection?
Speculation. I mean, she just testified that she was being detained. She wasn't being under arrest or going to jail at this point. End of the video.
I agree. Did you take her into, or were you the one who took her under?
He was not the one who took her.
Yeah, I think that is speculation.
Okay.
Objection sustained.
So she can stop doing that.
What do you mean you want us to take her?
I need her to know you cannot get on the bus and harass people. We have all
Okay, she's not going to go to jail because you say you want her to go to jail.
I don't know
Either
what
you
you-
were assaulted and she's going
I
to go
wasn't
to jail.
assaulted.
Then how are we taking her to jail?
Okay, I don't know. I thought whatever. But I do care for her. I care for her fiance who's on his way here on the train and doesn't want that. I just found out she lives in Eastlands, and I'm a very caretaker.
Can you focus on today, right here
Just
in
today.
the present moment, right now?
I'm fine.
You said that she did not assault you.
No, she did.
Okay, but you're saying I want her to go to jail.
'Cause I
What are we
care.
arresting her for?
Because I don't want her to I don't want to leave her like that without y'all care for her.
That's
She's
not
drunk.
how this works.
Okay, well,
We arrest people for criminal matters. If you're saying that she did not assault you,
Okay,
we
well,
don't just put people in the
I
back
don't
of
want her
cop
to go to
cars
jail
because
for
your
no
feelings
criminal
are hurt
stuff.
and we take her to
I
jail.
just want y'all to look out for her. So I
Well,
can
we're not
go.
going to babysit her. She's a grown adult.
Okay, well, I
That's
don't
not how
wanna
this
babysit.
works.
I didn't know what y'all was doing. But anyway, back to Kroger.
Do you have anything with your name on it? I'm not here.
So you're now trying to identify this woman, correct? Correct. That's why you asked for anything with her name. Correct. And when you previously were asking Ms. Tyson for her ID, you were directing her to give her ID to you, correct? The words you used when you spoke to my client was, "Give me, I need to see your ID."
Correct.
Why did you say?
I'm gonna object to that, Your Honor. I don't think that's a fair and accurate representation of the exchange that Officer Pellegrino and had.
He didn't ask for her ID?
He said yes. Did we mistake something? Did you not ask for our ID?
Her. Her being Ms. Tyson.
Ms. Tyson.
I did, yes. Okay,
Objection overruled.
thank you. But with this woman, you're saying, do you have anything with your name on? Why the change in language?
As a human being, and that's just how I thought. I don't.
Fair enough. It wasn't because of her specifically.
Say it again?
It wasn't about anything about her that caused you to change your language.
I don't know what you're implying with that. I just, that's just how I asked for it.
Okay, fair.
It's the same thing.
For Kroger. I don't care about Kroger.
Yeah, that's yeah. I'm the one that called.
I understand that.
I really want. I wish I hadn't left my stuff at her house.
And the reason I ask about assault is because Kata literally.
She just said that she left her stuff at Miss Tyson's house. Is that correct?
I can't hear everybody again on that wall.
You said that you guys were physically fighting on the bus and they had to physically remove you from that bus and then they drove away.
No, I never touched her. She never touched me. But I didn't want to be touched. She threatened to touch me. Hey, I left my stuff at her house. I came to save her. If I go to jail,
Stop. It's not helping. Just keep going.
you see what I'm saying? That threatens.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there we go. This one. Okay, there we go. No, there we go.
Whose are these?
This is my son's.
Oh.
My son that lives here.
Why isn't your name on the front of it?
Because I went and got an emergency one.
Oh.
But that's my name right there.
Yeah, right on. Okay.
And I got my own. I haven't seen her in a minute. She's harassing because she's fucking.
So you have her name now, correct?
It appears so, yeah.
You didn't write it down.
I don't recall if it or not.
Well, you didn't produce a report, right?
Correct.
You didn't give that name to the other officers?
I don't recall if it or not.
And so as a result, it never makes it into Officer Shading's report?
Again, because she was not arrested for anything that I investigated.
Right. But she was a potential victim, correct?
Who's she?
The woman you were speaking, whose name you don't recall.
She could have been, yeah, but she wasn't.
But she wasn't. And you made the determination that she wasn't assaulted based on her statements to you, correct?
No.
What led to your conclusion that an assault did not take place?
Both parties involved, neither one of them claimed an assault.
Did you ask Ms. Tyson if she was assaulted?
She wasn't cooperative with me, so how could I?
I would rephrase the question for you. Did you ask Ms. Tyson if she was assaulted?
I'm not directly asking the question.
So you don't actually know whether she was assaulted. She just wasn't cooperative.
Correct. My other coworkers talked to her. And
But she told you that she was assaulted. That Ms. Tyson, this woman told you that Ms. Tyson was assaulted.
the day before, yes.
And if that woman had, in your training and experience, if you are the person who has committed an assault, would you give the police correct information about the victim being assaulted?
If I were what?
If this woman had assaulted my client, would she tell you that, or would she say a lie such as she was assaulted yesterday?
I'm going to object now. I don't know, that's a.
I'm sorry, it lost me in the question,
Yeah,
so
I'm
I'm not gonna lie, I got confused. If this person were alleging an assault,
had assaulted Miss Tyson.
Okay. Oh, so the question is, would you expect this person to say, yes, I assaulted her? Got it.
I'm gonna still object to speculation.
Okay,
I asked as his training, as an training experience as a law officer, he previously testified that in his experience, victims will typically tell officers that they've been assaulted. I don't believe it is a particularly large leap to say that assailants would lie about whether they assaulted. I think that if this were
right.
flipped around,
So,
there'd be
but
no-
now you're flipping it and you want to know if, based on his training and experience, if it's, well, that's not what you asked though. You asked what, so based on the way you phrased it, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Very, very good.
Thank you.
Just, if I might just have a moment, Your Honor, just to gather some closing thoughts on this witness. Officer Pellegrino, did there come a time during this investigation where you determined that my client may be intoxicated? That she may be intoxicated?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that later a blood draw was, or not, sorry, a PBT was performed?
No.
Okay. And finally, just a final question for you, officer. Did you perform any kind of an inventory of the bag that was seized, my client's bag that was seized as a result of this? No. Okay. So to the best of your knowledge, you didn't inventory the bag?
Not that I can recall, no.
No further questions.
Yes, briefly, Your Honor. Just based on your experience, do perpetrators call the police on themselves?
Not technically, no.
And nothing further.
Are we crossing around those maybe?
Does the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, let's see, we're gonna take a brief recess because I'm assuming that people are resting.
Rest, Your Honor.
Okay, Officer Pellegrino, you can be excused. Thank you. We'll give the jury about 5-10 minutes. All rise. Address some things. You're still not free to deliberate, just to get a break. You can be excused. You can call your witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Did the the prosecution formally arrest?
They have formally arrested.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense would call Ms. Keisha Tyson to stand.
Tyson. I've already sworn you in. You've been advised of your rights and then you've waived those rights, correct? Okay, if you want to keep your voice loud and clear, that'll help us. If there's an objection, you'll stop speaking. That'll allow me to make a ruling on the objection and then tell you if you can give that answer or not. Okay, you can proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Tyson, how are you?
Peachy.
Just peachy. You've been here watching this trial all afternoon, right? You feel any kind of nervousness to testify right now? So this is over a year ago, so I know your recollection may be a little spotty. Walk me through just a little bit of what happened on May 6th, 2024, when you arrived at the Franklin Shopping Center.
When I arrived at the Franklin Shopping Center, me and her went in so I can cash my check.
And I don't mean to interrupt you, but who is her?
Beverly.
Beverly. What is her relation to you?
I've known Beverly from around when I worked for the St. Vincent de Paul, so I know a lot of people.
So you met her at the St. Vincent de Paul?
Yeah, she used to come in a lot.
You watched the body cam footage of Officer Pellegrino just a few minutes ago, right?
Yes.
Yeah. When you do answer, do say yes, no, affirmatives. The court's not going to catch. Aha, yep. So she claimed in there that you were her goddaughter.
Yes.
Would that be yeah, go ahead and speak up.
No, I'm not from here. I'm from Texas.
Okay.
Since I've been here.
Okay. And you said that you were at Kroger to cash a check.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whose idea was it?
It was really her idea. I wasn't really going to cash that check.
And what were you doing before you got to Frankfurt?
Well, we were at her house drinking.
Okay. So you were at Beverly's house drinking.
Yes, and I went over there to go get those items.
Right. And then at some point she suggested you to go to Kroger?
Yes, to go cash the check.
Cash the check. And
about it.
okay. And was this check for a lot of money?
Not really.
How much money?
It was maybe $124.
Okay, so not a lot. And what happened between when you make that decision to leave to go to Kroger to where we kind of see you in front of the Kroger with Beverly?
I really don't even remember. I want to say, because I know it was like back and forth, but we had been drinking. So, and the way she was persistent about me cashing her check, and she's a known thief. That's what she was in there doing, and I'm like, I don't even get down like that. So,
when you said she's a known thief, what do you mean by that?
Everybody.
When you say everybody, a community?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys are now at Kroger and trying to cash your check.
Yes.
And what happens then?
I couldn't cash it at that Kroger's. And so we were kind of like, we wasn't even really going back and forth at that time because we had been off the bus and went into Kroger's. So there was no assault that took place on the bus. It was when we got outside of the Kroger's and all of a sudden I see the police. Now I see that she's the one that called. I didn't even know she called the police. I thought they were just randomly harassing me. So
did Beverly seem upset when you couldn't cash the check?
Yes.
Did she give you any indication why?
No, not really.
And again, you've read your own report, so you know how intoxicated you were that day, right?
Yes.
So is it possible you don't perhaps recollect if Beverly told you why she was so upset?
No, I don't know, because she does a lot of fast talking, so that's what was kind of making me weird. You know?
Okay. And this kitchen knife you had, why was it in your bag?
Also had a spoon, a fork, and that kitchen knife that I retrieved from her. She took that to my house.
So I just put it in my purse. Like some other items.
And were you at your house earlier that day with Beverly? So your day started at your house?
Yes.
And then you went to Beverly's house?
Yes.
And then you went to Crow?
Yes.
And you went to Beverly's house and you retrieved some of the other belongings you had?
Yes.
Now, you heard that, strike that. So that kitchen knife was there because it belonged to you and you were transporting it back home?
Yes.
That's what you're testifying to? Okay. You weren't having that for any nefarious purpose?
No.
That wasn't meant to be a weapon?
No.
And it's your knife, so what kind of a knife, kitchen knife was it?
It was just a kitchen knife, not even a very sharp one. It was, it had a black handle on it. I didn't even think it was over 6 inches.
Okay.
It was just in my bag, you know, like I said, along with a spoon, and I think it was a couple of spoons and a fork.
And you never took it out, the knife?
I don't see it.
Right, and you never had any intention to be dangerous with that knife?
No, I didn't.
Regarding what happened with the officers, when they had you in the back of the car, we saw in the body cam footage, you started to get very upset about your check. Is that correct?
And they were trying to close the door, but they were letting her walk away. And I'm like, hold on, no, stop her, you know.
I know that it was, you know, after you got booked, released sometime thereafter. Did you ever recover that check?
No, I didn't.
So Beverly just took that check?
Yes.
So because you couldn't leave the car and the police let her walk away,
my check was gone.
Your check was gone. You have any contact with Beverly since?
No, I haven't seen him at all.
Beverly speaks and says that you were previously assaulted the other day. Is that?
I'm gonna object. Sorry.
No, that was.
I don't see the relevance in the previous
What is the relevance
allegations.
to this question?
I'll withdraw the question. And with that, I don't think I have any further questions for Ms. Tyson.
Good afternoon. I think it's pretty well established, but you were in Lansing on May 6th of last year, 2004.
Yes, sir.
You were in the Frandor Shopping Center, is that correct? At some point, you had some interactions with a police officer.
Yes.
During that interaction, did those police officers give you any commands?
Yes, he asked me for my ID.
And then was there more commands after that? Just simply yes or no?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Was that because you were intoxicated at that point?
Yes. I just know it was just the way he was just handling
And at
me.
some point, the officers placed you in handcuffs, is that correct?
Yes.
And they escorted you to their police car.
Yes.
And they told you to strike that. And you tried to leave the police car, is that correct?
They closed.
It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Thank you. And at that point, the officers put you back in the vehicle.
I didn't try to leave it.
Did you only state, I mean, the video, we clearly saw it. If you would like me to pull it up, I will, to refresh your memory. So is it still your statement that you did not try to leave the vehicle?
I was trying to leave the vehicle. Just trying to tell them to get her.
I understand what you were worried about a check or something, but what I'm asking you, after the police officers put you in the back of the vehicle while you were handcuffed, did you try to exit the vehicle?
When they opened the door the second time.
Is that a yes? Thank you. And those officers, when you had interacted with them, they were wearing a full police uniform. They came in marked police cars. Pretty obvious they were police team. And we spoke about your alcohol levels. You said that you went into Kroger on your direct examination and left because you couldn't cash a check. Is that correct? But on the body camera, at the initial interaction, you're coming from the parking lot. Where were you coming from?
I was heading away from her. I was leaving away from her. I was leaving from the Kroger's. I didn't know she was sitting there calling the police on me.
So your testimony is that you were trying to get away from it.
Yes,
So why did you come back to it?
because I seen the police officer right there and I heard her over there lying.
So instead of just leaving the situation, you came back?
Yes.
Then as to the items of, that were in your bag. We heard testimony and we saw some body camera footage that there was a knife in there. Yourself, you testified that you had it.
Yes.
That was your bag?
Yes.
And you placed that knife in there?
Yes.
You had knowledge of that knife?
Yes.
And do you believe that knife was over 3 inches?
Now, no.
We'll talk about your intoxication for just a moment. It seems like we've had testimony about your PBT level of 0.316, if I don't recall correctly. It's 3 times the legal limit. And you've testified very clearly about some things, your timeline, when you've been drinking, and other things you don't remember. Do you expect the jury to believe that that level of intoxication is selective?
Objection.
What's in here?
Prejudicial, inflammatory, argumentative.
I agree. 3 times legal limit to drive. She's not
I agree.
driving.
But as you testified just
So
recently,
objection sustained.
Thank you.
you testified a moment ago that you don't remember everything because of your intoxication. Is that correct?
You can say that, yes.
But you do remember something.
Something.
And it seems to be the things that favor.
Yes. And it was a year ago.
It was a year. I have nothing further at this point.
Redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury for this witness? Okay, this witness may be excused, and then I'm going to excuse the jury so that we can go over the last set of instructions. It's 4:30. We have just enough time to go over our composite instructions, and then I'm going to have to release the jury for them to come back tomorrow to deliberate because it's 4:30. It'll probably be 5:15-ish by the time we finish all of that. Give or take 10 minutes. So I'm going to excuse you now. You're still not free to deliberate. I will have to give you your final instructions. I'm going to see if we have time for closing arguments today. If not, we'll do that tomorrow. Closing and final instructions, just because I don't want to keep them here past 5:30. All right. Maybe excuse. My water. That's the one. I think we're reading these tomorrow when it's cooler.
Yeah.
Cause it's too much for me. I'm wearing a wool coat.
All right, the jury.
Okay, you can be seated. Okay, closing arguments.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your time today. We are running up against time. It's been hot in here, but we appreciate your time. You've heard all the evidence. You heard my opening. You heard our direct examinations of the officer. You even heard from the defendant today. What I would like to bring your attention to is remember what we're here for. It's for the defendant's actions. For obstruction of official business of a police officer and carrying enough. The notions of this mystery woman, these other acts that weren't investigated, that these officers did all of this, these other things, those don't matter for what you are tasked with today. You are tasked with applying the elements that the judge has given you, she will give to you again, you're gonna have to write them, and applying them to the facts and the evidence that has came in to during this trial. First one for obstructing official business is that the defendant had contact with a police officer. We heard her say that on the scene. That at some point, those police officers gave them a legal command. Once again, the defendant testified to that occurred. And that they disobeyed that. The defendant, we were talking about the vehicle when she was getting out. She testified to that. 1, 2, 3. Those are the elements right there. Second charge, possession of a knife. We heard the defendant say it was her bag and that she had this knife with knowledge of it. There is no intent to use it. There is no, I was transporting it here or there. She knew she had it. She didn't have to have it. We didn't hear from her saying that she was going over here or going directly home. She was going to Kroger. She was going to Kroger. What do you bring a steak knife to Kroger for? That's not, hey, officer, I've been right there. That's where we're going. So what I want you to remember is the facts. What happened on this day? Not what could have happened. Not what happened to this mystery woman. Not what happened during this investigation where officers didn't, in theory, quote unquote, investigate. They were called there for an assaultive charge and they were investigating that. And at some point, the defendant opposed their commands, and that was what she was arrested for. Police officers were doing their job. The knife was found, the defendant was arrested. And like I said, when I did my own, at the start of this, I'm going to stand up here. At the end of the day, I'm going to ask you to find the defendant guilty on both charge 1 and charge 2. Because not only have the facts proved it, but it's what justice deserves. Thank you.
I like that. What justice deserves. That is the fundamental function of a jury, isn't it? To decide what is the just outcome here. And that is the power that all of you have been entrusted with today. And I will not lie and say you didn't work for it. Sitting in this jury box in this sweltering heat, watching all that body cam footage, which you'll have a chance to review again, and listening to the testimony today. It's commendable that you all chose to take this time out to be here and adhere to your civic duty. And for that, I greatly appreciate it. And so does Ms. Exon, because she came here to exercise her rights to force the prosecution to prove this matter beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's talk about these charges. I've talked to you a little bit about them way when we started, and I said I'd get a chance to talk to you again, and here we are, talking again about it. Did Lakeisha Tyson carry a knife? Carry is a term that is a bit of a term of art. when you impose it in these statutes. Because when somebody says you carry a firearm, they mean something pretty specific, don't they? It means you have that on your person with an intent, ability, or some kind of desire to use it. You heard the undisputed testimony from Ms. Tyson that she was transporting from one place to another. Should she have swung by Kroger on her way back to her house? Probably not. But there's some other testimony that you heard that it may not have been a completely uncoerced, unmanipulated situation that landed her at Kroger that day. And that makes a difference. And it should make a difference to all of you as we get to the question of whether or not it's just that she should be charged and convicted of that. Obstructing official business. That really is the one that gets a bit meaty, and that's what we spent a lot of time here talking about. And a lot of the discussion and the testimony you heard today about what was the official business of the Lansing Police Department when they rolled up on that scene. And you heard Officer Pellegrino kind of not really sure why he was. He hears an assault, he's not sure who dispatched him. We know that it was somebody calling on the CATA bus. It was the CATA bus driver. That was what the other officers who actually wrote the report said. That they were dispatched from the driver who said that there were two women getting into a fight. And then Officer Pellegrino, who's actually the first one there, who didn't author a report because apparently it's just not practice to write down what you do when you're a police officer having contact with citizens. Couldn't remember, and then later tells you that he believes that it was Beverly that dispatched him, when clearly that happened sometime after in time. Because again, when you see the footage based on where they physically are, it seems impossible that Beverly could have placed the 911 call and then within apparently a matter of minutes, the police arrive up on the scene. You guys live in the city of Lansing, you know the police don't respond that quickly. The CATA bus driver earlier had made the call, kicked them off the bus at Frandor, and then the police arrived. But this is all really to this mystery woman. We've had her identified a number of times now. Just because it doesn't make it into the report doesn't mean we don't know who she is. Her name was Beverly. We don't know what her last name was. We know vaguely how she was related to my client, but what we don't really know is why she's not here today. She seems to have been a crucial witness to whatever was going on there. And we didn't have her here. And because the city attorney couldn't subpoena if they wanted to, because they didn't stop to get her information. Nobody wrote down her name, her full legal name, her address, or any of her other related information. They didn't run her through the police database because they didn't care. Because for the Lansing Police Department, there was one person who they felt was acting belligerently. There was one person who they felt disrespected them, and that was who they were going to arrest come hell or high water. Obstructing an officer, how many times have you heard on TV shows or even watching police interactions that threat being made to the common citizen of the streets of the United States? I'm going to arrest you for obstruction. Almost never happens. Because most of the time, it's a citizen exercising their valid constitutional rights. You get to decide what is lawful. You get to decide whether the police officers were acting in a lawful capacity when they show up on a scene, fail to do a full investigation, take the word of a woman who you heard from my client stole from her. And then, what do you want to do? Arrest her? And that's what you did. You get to decide if it's a just outcome. That for the shoddy police work done by the LPD in this incident, for their instant rush to judgment on several different situations, most critically, the credibility of this woman, Beverly, who we want to make as the prosecution wants to make as a sideshow. But I don't think she's the main act of this, because none of this apparently happens without her. And in the end, it is my client that is standing here in front of you. It is my client that is on trial for her freedom. And it is my client who was robbed that day. For all those reasons, for the reasons of equity, for the reasons of justice, and for the reasons of sending a message, if nothing else, that this was not justice done, I ask all of you to find a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Pre-argument.
Yes, briefly, touch on a few things. Defense counsel wants you to understand or wants you to think that to possess a weapon, whether it's a gun or a knife, you have to be holding it ready to use it right away. That's not the case. If you're carrying it in your bag, in your backpack, a purse, your pocket, you're carrying it. It's in your possession. You brought it there. How did it get there? You didn't roll legs and walk. So that's a non-starter. It's clearly carried. There's no intent in this crime that has to be proven by the people. The reason in this notion of Miss Beverly, we don't know her name. There was no reason to. She's not a victim of this crime. If any victim of this crime, it's the officers who were opposed and obstructed. We didn't have to call her here today because what is she going to testify to? I'm not here. There's nothing, the assaultive crime was determined to be, if you want to call it a false phone call, I don't know if that, but it was determined to not have happened. Officer Pellegrino testified to that. That's why he didn't author a report. If you want our officers, every time they have an interaction, have to sit down and write a report, our streets are not going to get done. And I would much rather have our officers out on the street doing something than sitting in there downstairs on the 3rd floor writing a report about talking to someone. And defense brought up that there was some belligerentness. The defendant was belligerent. We heard the PBT records. She was driving. That's 3.5 times our state legal limit. 3.5 times. And they were still going out into public, whether that was on the counter or however they got there. I don't know if what she said can be believed based on that. If you've ever talked to a drunk person, this isn't drunk. This isn't even what we consider super drunk. This is beyond that. And with that being said, like I asked you before, I will ask you, find the defendant guilty for both obstructing official business and for carrying a knife under the privileges of the city. Thank you.
I'm going to actually go ahead and do these instructions so that I can release the alternate. And then only the 6 deliberators will need to return tomorrow. And the alternate only if there's some extenuating circumstances. Okay, members of the jury, the evidence and arguments in this case are finished, and I will now instruct you on the law as it applies in this case. Remember that you have taken an oath to return a true and just verdict based only on the evidence and my instructions on the law. You must not let sympathy or prejudice influence your decision. As jurors, you must decide what the facts of this case are. This is your job and no one else's. You must think about all the evidence and then decide what each piece of evidence means and how important you think it is. This includes whether you believe what each of the witnesses said. What you decide about any fact in this case is final. It is my duty to instruct you on the law. You must take the law as I give it to you. If a lawyer says something different about the law, follow what I say. At various times, I have already given you some instruction about the law. You must take all my instructions together as the law you are to follow. You should not pay attention to some instructions and ignore others. To sum up, it is your job to decide what the facts of this case are, to apply the law as I give it to you, and in that way decide the case. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that she is guilty. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The prosecutor must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove her innocence or to do anything. If you find that the prosecutor has not proved every element beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after a careful and considered examination of the facts and circumstances of this case. When you discuss the case and decide on your verdict, you may only consider the evidence that has been properly admitted in the case. Therefore, it is important that you understand what is evidence and what is not evidence. Evidence include only the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything I say or told you to consider as evidence. Many things are not evidence, and you must be careful not to consider them as such. The fact that the defendant is charged with the crime and is on trial is not evidence. The lawyer's statements and arguments are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand the evidence and each side's legal theories. You should only accept things the lawyers say that are supported by the evidence or by your own common sense and general knowledge. The lawyer's questions to the witness and my question to the witnesses are also not evidence. You should consider these questions only as they give meaning to the witness's answers. My comments, rulings, questions, and instructions are also not evidence. It is my duty to see that the trial is conducted according to the law and to tell you the law that applies in this case. However, when I make a comment or give an instruction, I am not trying to influence your vote or express a personal opinion about the case. If you believe that I have an opinion about how you decide the case, you must pay no attention to that opinion. You are the only judges of the facts, and you should decide this case from the evidence. At times during the trial, I have excluded evidence that was offered or stricken testimony that was heard. Do not consider those things in deciding the case. Make your decision only on the evidence that I let in and nothing else. Your decision should be based on all the evidence regardless of which party produced it. You should use your own common sense and general knowledge in weighing and judging the evidence, but you should not use any personal knowledge you may have about a place, person, or event. To repeat once more, you must decide this case based only on the evidence admitted during the trial. As I said before, it is your job to decide what the facts of this case are. You must decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness said. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. However, in deciding whether you believe a witness's testimony, you must set aside any bias or prejudice you may have based on race, gender, or national origin of the witness. There is no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to believe or to think about these questions. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long? Was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might distract the witness? Does the witness seem to have a good memory? How did the witness look and act while testifying? Did the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth, or did the witness seem to evade the questions or argue with the lawyers? Does the witness's age or maturity affect how you judge his or her testimony? Does the witness have any bias, prejudice, or personal interest in how this case is decided? Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or other influences that affected how the witness testified? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about the other evidence in the case? Sometimes the testimony of different witnesses will not agree, and you must decide which testimony you accept. You should think about whether the disagreement involves something important or not, and whether you think someone is lying or simply mistaken. People see and hear things differently, and witnesses may testify honestly, but simply be wrong about what they thought they saw or remembered. It is also a good idea to think about which testimony agrees best with the other evidence in the case. However, you may conclude that a witness deliberately lied about something that is important to how you decide the case. If so, you may choose not to accept anything that witness said. On the other hand, if you think the witness lied about some things but told the truth about others, you may simply accept the part you think is true and ignore the rest. The prosecutor must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime occurred on or about May 6, 2024 within the city of Lansing, Ingham County. When you go to the jury room, you may take a written copy of these jury's instructions along with you and your notes. You should first choose a foreperson. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried out in a businesslike way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. During your deliberations, please turn off your cell phones or other communication equipment until we recess. A verdict in a criminal case must be unanimous. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each of you agrees on that verdict. In the jury room, you will discuss the case among yourselves, but ultimately, each of you will have to make up your own mind. Any verdict must represent the individual considered judgment of each juror. As you discuss the case, you should think about all my instructions together as the law you are to follow. It is your duty as jurors to talk to each other and to make every reasonable effort to reach an agreement. Express your opinions and the reasons for them, but keep an open mind as you listen to your fellow jurors. Rethink your opinions and do not hesitate to change your mind if you decide you were wrong. Try your best to work out your differences. Although you should try to reach an agreement, none of you should give up your honest opinion about the case just because other jurors disagree with you or just for the sake of reaching a verdict. In the end, your vote must be your own and you must vote honestly and in good conscience. Possible penalty should not influence your vote or your decision. It is the duty of the judge to fix the penalty within the limits provided by law. If you want to communicate with me while you are in the jury room, please have your foreperson write a note and give it to the court officer. It is not proper for you to talk directly with the judge, lawyers, court officers, or other people involved in the case. As you discuss the case, you must not let anyone, even me, know how your voting stands. Therefore, until you return with a unanimous verdict, do not reveal this to anyone outside the jury room. When you go to the jury room to deliberate, you may take a full copy of your notes and the instructions. If you want to look at any of the reference documents, which we didn't have any, but we did have video exhibits, they were admitted. You would just have to ask, we'll bring you in here to watch the videos until you are satisfied. When you go to the jury room, you will be given again a written copy of the instructions you have just heard. As you discuss the case, you should think about all my instructions together as the law you are to follow. You may return a verdict of guilty of the alleged crimes or not guilty. I have prepared a possible verdict form listing the possible verdicts, that is. The prosecution has introduced evidence of a statement that it claims the defendant made. Before you may consider such an out-of-court statement against the defendant, you must first find that the defendant actually made the statement as given to you. If you find that the defendant did make the statement, you may give the statement whatever weight you think it deserves. In deciding this, you should think about how and when the statement was made and about all the other evidence in the case. You may consider the statement in deciding the facts of the case and in deciding if you believe the defendant's testimony in court. Facts can be proven by direct evidence from a witness or exhibit. Direct evidence is evidence about what we actually see or hear. For example, if you look outside and see rain falling, that is direct evidence that it is raining. Facts can also be proved by indirect or circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is evidence that normally or reasonably leads to other facts. So taking that same example, if you see a person come in from outside wearing a raincoat covered with small drops of water, that would be circumstantial evidence that it is raining. You may consider circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence by itself or a combination of circumstantial evidence and direct evidence can be used to prove the elements of the crime. In other words, you should consider all evidence you believe. When the lawyers agree on a statement of facts, these are called stipulated facts. We didn't have any stipulated facts, we just had stipulated exhibits, so we'll skip that. Okay, You may consider whether the defendant had a reason to commit the alleged crime, but a reason by itself is not enough to find a person guilty of a crime. The prosecution does not have to prove that the defendant had a reason to commit the crime. He only has to show that the defendant actually committed the crime and that she meant to do so. You should not decide the case based on which side presented more witnesses. Instead, you should think about each witness and each piece of evidence and whether you believe them. Then you must decide whether the testimony and the evidence you believe proves beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. You have heard testimony from a witness who is a police officer or witnesses that are police officers. That testimony is to be judged by the same standards you use to evaluate the testimony of any other witness. Lastly, again, the elements of the crime. There's a special instruction for the first count. It says the defendant is charged with the crime of obstructing official business. To prove this, the prosecutor must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the following elements. First, that the defendant hindered, opposed, obstructed, or resisted Nicholas shading. Obstruct includes the use or threatened use of physical interference or force or knowing failure to comply with a lawful command. The defendant must have actually resisted by what she did or said, what she said or did, but physical violence is not necessary. Second, that the defendant knew or had reason to know that Nicholas Shading was a police officer performing his duties at the time. Third, that Nicholas Shading was lawfully performing his duties as a police officer for the Lansing Police Department. Count 2, carrying concealed weapon, dangerous weapon. The defendant's been charged with carrying knives, and to prove this, the prosecutor must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the following elements. It says no person shall carry any knife having a blade over 3 inches in length, whether in a sheath or not, in any public place. A definition of knife or razor. A knife is an instrument having a handle and at least one sharp-edged blade. The blade must be over 3 inches long. Juror number 5. Thank you for your service today. You will not need to report in the morning for deliberations. And if for some reason we do need the alternate, you'll be contacted. You still obviously have jury service this week, so you'll still need to check in as instructed for the remainder of the week, okay? You won't have to check in tomorrow because you're the alternate. Okay, thank you. The remaining of you will need to be here tomorrow at 8:30 for deliberations.
8:30 tomorrow?
8:30 in the morning. You're going to go straight in for deliberations. If you wanna, you'll pick your 4-person and I'll swear her in for that purpose to guard you all. If you want to review any of the exhibits, I'll bring you in here to do that. And then you can begin your discussions about deliberations. Any questions at this time? I apologize for the accommodations, but it's outside of my control.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
Do we have to call on Thursday or Friday?
On Thursday and Friday, we do not hold jury trials
Okay.
here. So yeah, you don't have to call
Thank
Thursday
you.
or Friday. And I don't believe that anyone is scheduled for a trial tomorrow for Wednesday, because it's our civil day, except for now us. So.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. See you tomorrow, 8:30.